Mill.
Hello, hello, hello. I know Fern has already gone, but thank you again, Fern, for the raid. I hope that any of the raiders that stuck around through the beginning of stream ads are having a good time zone. I hope you guys are having fun. I want to play Gecko God so bad. I keep looking at it in my Steam library going, soon. But soon is somewhere after I beat Tales of Vesperia. But I hope everybody's having a fantastic time zone. I hope everybody's had a good weekend. For the people that are experiencing heat wave, I hope you guys are taking care of yourselves out there. Because it is hot. And I think it gets to stay being hot. Why do I just still... I want you to know that for like 3 weeks, I've had a tab open in Firefox that is just Juniper Fields of Mystria opened up to images. I don't know why I have pictures of Juniper just every time I go to this one window of Firefox, but it's there. You know, like a normal person. Stop trying to get me to accept things. Oof. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see how miserable it is on the days that I'm doing stuff with family. Oh god. No, I don't trust that. That's too far out. Okay. What else is going on? I'm figuring out what's going on with when I need to be off. I will have that information for you guys tomorrow, probably. The person I would need to ask about some stuff was not available today, so I didn't get to ask them the questions I wanted to. But I'll update my schedule for the next week and a half tomorrow, probably. But today is a Minecraft day where I'm gonna do productive things and I'm gonna talk about the cutest sci-fi webcomic I've ever read. I read it in one day. I read it today. I saw it this morning and I read the entirety of it, and I need more people to know about this webcomic. Sometimes I forget how something that I feel like I cannot get away from is still kind of like not known by other people. My father doesn't know who Mr. Beast is. Oh, I'm so happy for your dad, actually. Oh, hold on, we'll go to this page so that we can get Super's message.
Hello 40 months. Vance says hi too.
Hi, Bands. Hi, Super. I hope you guys are doing well. Also, that's too many. That's too many days. No, Minty, that's too many numbers. I hate it here. I hate all these numbers and things that you guys keep throwing at me. This is horrible, awful, I hate it. Anyways, Minecraft. Also looked like me as an idiot when I mentioned that a lot of current internet hype for the Odyssey started with some dude's musical version of the Odyssey. My dad thought I was overhyping Epic because in his brain everyone always just both knows about the Odyssey and would be interested if a blockbuster was made of it. There was no other reason that movie might have been made now of all times. Okay. For whatever reason, this was reminding me of that one internet post of that one person that likes to play What is Christianity, where they just earnestly ask people who's Jesus when they start talking about, like, Christmas. Oh, to experience the world through eyes that know nothing. I wish I didn't know who Mr. Beast was. I wish he would leave my internet alone. I've been given an office chair. I cannot sit how I normally do. Are you sitting like a normal person? Like the new Odyssey movie, went to go see it with my dad, it was good. I want to see it in IMAX. I don't think I can see it in IMAX. I don't think there's any IMAX theaters in Seattle. Do you guys want to watch this guy be stupid? I give him buckets. Come to Florida and watch with me. I can't. I have a bajillion things to do that are in this state of Seattle, Florida, which is separate from Florida, Florida. He's so stupid. He tries so hard. No, I mean, like, there's no IMAX theaters, Super, in the greater Seattle area. Like, I'm not joking. There's no IMAX. I make one, you can't. You can't make any more IMAX theaters. Did you know that the equipment for IMAX theaters is old enough that now they're just upgrading parts? He can't find anything. He's so stupid, I love him. Is now so old, and the people that are making it are just... They're either dead or they don't work in that field anymore, so this is like, they just can't make it anymore. And this is the most fascinating thing I've ever heard, because I didn't realize the IMAX was an endangered species. Mixed opinions. I have mixed opinions on the new Odyssey movie, and I'm waiting until I can, like, watch it while giving verbal feedback to myself before giving full critique. Oh, I can tell you what's probably wrong with it. It's the same thing that's wrong every single time anybody adapts anything, is that you're getting an adaptation from a certain person's point of view, with also the ideas of marketability in it. It's just... It's always up for interpretation. And it's also a very specific translation that they've used, which also makes it more complicated because there's so many retellings of the Odyssey in the world, and all of them are slightly different because it was an oral tradition. Now it's been written down. Yeah, I'm doing the Minecrafter thing where I don't know what I'm doing, so instead I'm just jumping. Isn't Jeebus the one that turned wine into water or something? Close enough. Jesus is the one that gets his followers to commit cannibalism. Yeah, there's a lot of... Actually, now that I think about it, I think there's a lot of cults that have included cannibalism. Actually, we're gonna go mining, because I don't have to think when I go mining. I just dig hole. I'm putting all these water buckets in here. I'm sure this will not bite me in the ass later when I'm looking for the water buckets. I don't remember much from the Bible. You know what I would really love? I need somebody to make a movie about the Bible, but in the same vein as what they do with, like, the Greek myth movies. I only know of IMAX at a zoo. The only IMAX theater in Seattle used to be, I think, in the Science Museum, and that's closed down. So now there's no IMAX theater. IMAX is so interesting and wonderful, and the fact that it's dying makes me immensely sad. I don't think it makes me sad, it's just weird. Oh god, why are there so many of them? Why are there so many Endermen on this roof that are dying from fire? But not. IMAX overstimulated me? I think I saw, well, okay, I grew up and went to an IMAX theater once, and I remember that IMAX theater being fine, but that was also many, many years ago, and I have grown slightly more... something. I forgot words for a second. Hold on, give me a second. I'm thinking. I'm buffering. I need more fireworks. Yippee. God. Who wants pets on their behalf? Me. 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 Wait, I don't need that. Did I do all the glass over here? We could drain this today. Do you guys? Nope, I didn't finish this. Never mind. We need to go get glass. I'm adjusting. I'm not adjusting. I'm just slowly going insane. It's fine. Wait, is there glass in one of these? Yes. Oh, I should go make potions then. I'm making shapes. I'm gonna go make potions. I'm easily distracted. But personally would connect America's lack of being able to simply make anything that isn't software to IMAX's issues. Well, IMAX's issues is that they haven't invested in anything, and now they're facing the fact that all the people that know how to make things are dying, and the equipment needed to make them isn't in production anymore because they stopped doing anything to do with anything. Also, music's loud. I fixed. Now I can hear myself. Trader's live? What? I'm live? This is news. Fake news. The only thing I remember about the IMAX theater is that I couldn't go to it when I was little because I hadn't read Harry Potter books yet, so my dad took my siblings to IMAX Deathly Hallows Part 2, and my mom took me to Tangled in 3D, and I had a time because the lanterns were in my fucking hands, but not. You know what movie I miss? This isn't a hot take, but this is certainly a take. Do you know what movie I miss? I miss Spy Kids 3D. I miss it. It's not gone, I just miss it. I put myself in the water. I've never liked 3D because I already have glasses. Oh, I didn't care. I would put them on over anyways. The exact problem with manufacturing, we can't make injection molds anymore because all the people who knew how to make them are retired or passed away. I think that's a problem with a lot of things. I think this is just like a modern issue as well of we don't invest in understanding or maintaining knowledge of processes, which is why there's a whole bunch of arts that are there's now like one guy in one country who knows how to do something. Anyways, do you guys want to hear about a really cute sci-fi a webcomic that I think that everybody should look at because it made me cry? And it was very sweet, and also was somehow exactly what I was looking for in mythic sci-fi. I don't know how I stumbled into this. I was like, oh hell yeah, sign me up for cute sci-fi thing, and then I looked at it and I was like, oh, this was the thing I needed. This is more research for the genre I want. IMAX mostly has to do with big screens, right? So it's a slightly different aspect ratio, but yes, it's like big screen, big aspect ratio. So like, think about the way that some movies are shot now. There's more on the top and bottom of the screen. So like, people have made the comparison, like people have looked at the different cuts of the Odyssey already, and it's kind of this moment of like, you get all of the information in the regular cut, but you just see more of the world in the IMAX version. What does your Discord status mean? It's to the stars, boldly to the stars and beyond in Latin, roughly. What word did you just say? Oh, you can have that one. We rented a 3D movie from a Blockbuster with the glasses and everything. It didn't work at all on our tube TV, and I subsequently thought it was a fad until I got a VR headset. No, VR movies were sick. You know what I miss that still exists, but I haven't been to Disney, so I haven't seen it in forever? 4D movies. There was this one experience at Disney that was it's gone now, but it was Bugs Life, and so it was like all the bugs would like go underneath the seat and it would move the seat, and then there was like sometimes somebody sneezed and like you get a spray of water in your face. I hated it. It was magical. It was absolutely wonderful and also absolutely awful at the same time. I have a button for this. Ah, nope. I shouldn't have thrown those. I need to be smarter. Unfortunately, I am stupid. That's fine though. Whee! Also, can't IMAX do any aspect ratio since it's film? I just remember Noodle on YouTube made a video about the aspect ratios. So, things can be scaled up to IMAX, but the aspect ratio and the quality that is already in place for IMAX can't... I guess you could scale it down, but like it looks kind of grody if you just scale it down without anything else for the regular movie theater. So it's kind of a, they can scale it down, but it looks a little bit funny. Don't they crop and pan? Yeah. Yeah, they do. Oh, wait, do you guys want to be mad about something? I'm not going to put any pictures of it up on screen, but if you ever want to be really upset about something, please go look at the new Disney movie Hexed. And I need you to just think about the size of a phone and put that in the middle of the screen when you're watching the trailer. And just realize that the entire thing is made to be watched almost vertically and that you don't need to move your eyes from the middle of the screen. I'm not joking, by the way. You can look at that entire trailer with your eyes in the middle of the screen and see everything. It's horrible. I would much rather have Christopher Nolan out there being a weirdo about using IMAX than whatever the hell is happening with Disney. It's awful. But like the framing is so shit that it also makes some of the scenes just like horrendous. It just makes it horrendous. I have such feelings. One person pointed it out to me, and then I stared at it, and then I started staring at every other recent movie trailer, going, ah. Horrible, I hate it. So anyways, in terms of feel-good content that I think everybody should go consume, there is a webcomic. It is 30 chapters long. It is a webcomic, and it's called On the Way to Meet Mom. And it is the cutest thing in the world, and it is the sweetest thing in the world, and it is about a small child who is... This is sci-fi. I'm not shitting you when I say this is sci-fi. Like, I'm going to explain it, and it's not going to sound like sci-fi. It's sci-fi. Is it on its own website? No, it is a webtoon. So go find it however you find your webtoons. The whole premise of it is, in this sci-fi future, there is aliens have come to Earth. Earth and humans responded as you would assume how Earth and humans responded. There was war, there was all this stuff, and there's this human child that is found, who was raised by wild animals in the remnants of something. And he is taken to an orphanage, and in the orphanage, one of his friends eventually gets picked up by her own mother. And then he goes, I want to find my mom, although he doesn't say it in so many words. And then he runs away to go find his mom. And that is all I will tell you about it. And it was so dearly precious. And the world building was so fascinating. And even though the main story is only 30 episodes, they did add on some like epilogue stuff afterwards. It is, I am not shitting you, also exactly what I wanted out of a mythic sci-fi. There's some stuff later on that I was like, oh. And now I have ideas about more things that I want to do for one of the projects that I'm working on, which is great. What is the webcomic name? On the Way to Meet Mom. It's so sweet. It is so precious. I love it so very much. The aliens are very nice. Some of them are my favorites, and some of them that are big meanies are also my favorites later because they're not big meanies, they're just doing their job. Oh god. Hey, how do we feel about getting rid of... Ow. Should we get rid of that? Do I need a spider spawner that I don't already have elsewhere? I already have a spider spawner, we're good. Ow. You guys are mean. You read webtoons often? Not really, because most of the time, I have this problem with webcomics in general at this point in time, where a lot of people will make really extended webcomics with no conclusion, and they... Unfortunately, a lot of the webcomics that are out there using something like a webtoons or something also are pretty greedy monetarily. So I'm not willing to, like, fork over a ton of money for something that's not going to last that long. But something like a limited run webcomic, I'm like, yes, I will read you and you will make me feel the feelings, and then I will go home and I will cry. Or I will be in bed and I will cry. I normally just wait. I get too impatient. This translates into other parts of my life. So like every weekend I go and I turn in a whole bunch of library books, and then I pick up new library books because I have a problem. I've been really good about it, and I made an exception for one book this weekend, because what used to happen is I would get part of the way through a book and go, well, if I return it now, then I won't get to finish it. Problem? Listen. It is a problem, but very specifically for me. But sometimes in the middle of a library book, I will decide to just buy it so that I have infinite time to read it, and I did it this weekend. But I did it for a good reason, because it is kind of a classic of the series it is a classic of the genre that I have never read, and that is Ringworld. I don't know how many of the rats are versed in, like, classic sci-fi, but it's by Larry Niven? Niven. And it is a classic of the sci-fi genre. I think it was written in the 70s? It is the basis for a lot of things, and Larry Niven also shows up a lot in inspirations for things like basically any modern sci-fi that you can think of. He's behind at least part of it, or you can find some of like the inspirations from what he wrote, Ringworld or otherwise, in a lot of the stuff that he's done. So it's kind of one of those books that I was like, I kind of like to own it anyways. So I made an exception. It was also like $8, so it was easy. Ringworld's absolutely classic, yes. Book I've been reading, The Nightingale's so good. I love me a good historical fiction book. I like historical fiction sometimes. I can find most books, or I can find a compelling reason to read anything, but reading is escapism, and even if it makes me think of the world, I want it to be a flavor of the world very far away from the one that I'm in. I have some of my favorite webcomics that eventually got printed as graphic novels, and I do love them a lot. Listen, if I found out that On the Way to Mom got published in like a physical copy, I would buy it. I'd buy it. I'd buy it right now. I would spend all of my money on it. I don't care. Beep. There we go. Sorry, I had to focus because otherwise I would lose all the chests, and I've done this before where I've like messed around with chests while talking and then I lose them, and I don't want to lose them anymore. Nightingale's perished during World War II, so yeah, I don't think I want that. Will I cry over a child that really just wants to find his mom, even though it is very highly likely that his own actual mother died and it's about found family? Yes. Do I want to read about the same thing in World War II? No. No. It hits too close to home. Also, the aliens don't have the same concept of gender, so there's a portion where all of them are like talking about like their position within the family, and there's several of them that are like mom, grandma, grandpa, aunt, uncle all at once, and I'm like, perfect, wonderful. All of you are precious, perfect beings. I love all of you. Thank you. I do find it really funny because I went searching for a lot of what is considered classics for sci-fi, which does unfortunately mean that I'm reading a lot of although there are several women in here, like Ursula Le Guin is also included in this list, but like there's a lot of what is considered classic sci-fi that was written by old men. And I found it really funny that I started that group of, like, books the same week that a different coworker of mine was like, hey, do you have any, like, sci-fi and fantasy books written by women that you think I'd enjoy? Because all I've been reading is men. And I want to mix it up. And I said, yeah, all of these. And then turned around and started reading all of the old sci-fi that's all written by men. It's very funny to me. But those are the same things that all of the women that I've read recently have been reading, so I consider all the reading that I'm doing as, like, kind of genre research in a way. I've been listening to a lot of videos about, like, not philosophies, but kind of mythologies within sci-fi and how different groups do it. Also, it's... oh god, what is his name? It's the secret third Green brother who isn't related to Hank and John Green at all, but he does a lot of bookish stuff, but he has a video from recently about Space Jesus. And I think it's very interesting to go and look through, like, the Space Jesus genre. Bop dude. I miss Tammy. I also need to start reading Dune again. I keep trying to read Dune and then I just can't do it. Can't Dune it. Nope. That was horrible. Maybe now I am head empty. Dune is hard to read. I mean, I can't tell what it is about the genre. Or not about the genre, but about that book in particular. But it's hard to read. I read... nobody's gonna understand this, but I read the book Nine Fox Gambit, which is... I've talked about it before. It's just a dense text. There's a lot going on, and the writer doesn't do a lot to, like, explicitly state a ton of stuff. There's some stuff that gets explicitly explained, and then a lot that doesn't. So I'm not afraid of, like, a really dense book. It's just, for whatever reason, Dune is, you know? I have Dune in my to-read list. I think it's honestly worth trying to read, which is again why I'm trying to read it still. It doesn't make it any easier to get into, unfortunately. Oh, hello. Cool, so we've done all of that preliminary work, and now we're going to demolish all of the seaweed because the seaweed is going to cause problems when I drain it. Have you read Brave New World? Yes. It's actually a book I need to reread because the last time I read it was... I can't remember what year I read it, but I remember reading it in high school. So it's been a little while. There's a lot of images from it that stick very cleanly in my head, so I need to just revisit it. Tamsin Muir's Princess book ever comes back in, like, print, I'm gonna picking up a copy because that audiobook was so fun. I would love to have a version to really look over. Yes. I'm doing the back and forth about Dungeon Crawler Carl right now. I'm like, do I want to start buying these books because I really like them and I want to keep the physical print ones for forever, for when they inevitably want to update all of the references that he wrote into the book, because these are going to go out of date so fast? How many are there? 8? My coworker showed me a meme before that was about it. Now I can't remember what it was. It was one of the... Have you ever seen the picture on the roller coaster of, like, people, like, living people on one side and then skeletons on the other? And it was, like, book 8 readers on the skeleton side and book 1 readers on the living side. Because he heard that I just started reading it. He just came into the office, showed me that, and then I got distracted with work and he left. And I was like, oh boy. So I might start buying those ones, but I don't know. They're really, really big. I might wait till paperbacks are out to actually buy them. Because I don't need a ton of hardbacks. And I don't think I have space for a ton of hardbacks, but the paperbacks I could probably do. Wow, look at all those blocks I'm going to let despawn. And by blocks, I mean items. I don't know why I said blocks. Look at all of them. A sea of them. Oh, that's really fun to look at that and see how many are actually there. It just keeps going. Jesus Christ, there's so many items. Also bought a cute little pumpkin decoration. Is this a safe space, chat? Can I have an opinion really quickly? No? Okay, I won't have an opinion then. Opine away. I'm angry that there's Halloween decorations up right now. I went to the grocery store and there was candy corn. Is a safe space only for you? That's not true. I'm pissed about it. I don't understand why there's candy corn stuff and Halloween shit out already. I don't want to pick any of these up, but if I don't pick them up, then I think they're just gonna sit here, and I think that's gonna make me upset more. Barely finished the 4th and they were back to school sales. Okay, for the greater Seattle area, it makes sense because I think Washington starts their new semester or their new school years in August. So like I have very little issue with, in general, in Seattle, seeing back to school stuff out during July. No problem with it. Because school starts really soon for kids. When I lived in Colorado and we started in September, absolutely not. That's too early. And I think maybe they're just doing all of the sales all at once because they don't want to do region-specific campaigns, so they're just trying to hit, like, the early end of stuff. And I hate it. And I wish it wasn't that way. Because all of the regions do their school years slightly differently. There's no reason why we should all group all of the marketing campaigns into one. You're going to exhaust some markets so quickly and piss everybody else off. But also good on my grocery store for actually offering like binders and stuff during the start of school year. That's actually kind of sick. Because not everybody can make it to like a Target. So they're like, nah, fuck it. Come get your binders. A lot of schools start like late August now, a week before the Labor Day. It depends on your district and your region. Colorado hasn't shifted because my parents talk about watching the kids go back to school. / I start getting stuff from my old school district every now and then when they're doing like, what is it? It's something just really obnoxious. They're doing like, I guess I'm just old. They'll do reunion stuff and they'll send out messages around the school year because that's when everybody's in the offices again. And they haven't changed at all. Yeah, it varies. Yeah, it does. And again, that's why I think that all of the marketing starts when it does, although even that marketing starts too early. They're trying to aim it at that large range of time that people start, and it goes from pretty much like the beginning of August, I'm going the wrong way, the beginning of August into the end of, well, middle of September? I don't think it starts much later than that. Back to school sale and a new school that literally just got out the week before. Well, yeah, you gotta look ahead at the future. You can't be too prepared. except you definitely can be. Did I have more? Where are all my sponge? Where's sponge? There's sponge. Okay, I guess I just had more sponge than I thought I did. Why am I getting out the sponge? I do not need the sponge right now. How did I do this before? How did I drain this before? Was it all with sand? Did I do it with sand? How did I do this? Oh no. You know it's been a while when I can't remember how I drained something. How do I want to do this though? That's gonna be fun to deal with, but that's a later problem. I could just do it in segments with sand walls. Or gravel walls. I could do gravel walls. How much gravel do I have? No, we're gonna go get sand. Why am I doing this right now? I don't know. I'm normal. Oh god. The demons. Using gravel? I can't believe you hate waffles. I mean sand. I think the reason that I'd use sand over gravel is that sand won't turn into flint. And I don't feel like doing the experimentation to figure out whether or not dropping sand onto a or gravel onto a torch will also turn it into flint. I don't want to know. A lot of things don't turn into flint though. It can, yes. Well, then I'm using sand. Good enough. It's on loan, it will go back. Although I should probably make some more night vision. Well, do I care? No, I don't care. We're just gonna go take the sand. We're just running away now. It's fine. Oh, that's the Ocean Monument Farm. I know where that is. Whee! I'm just tired of people trying to rush through the year. I feel like you get to, like, you start the year and people get like a week of talking about the new year and then everybody's marketing for Valentine's Day. But even before you're at Valentine's Day, people are marketing for like Easter and spring holidays in general, and then before you know it, like it isn't even there, and then everybody's marketing for like the 4th of July, and then it's suddenly you're already like trying to— I've seen pumpkin spice. I have seen pumpkin spice in the store like a month ago. Not a month ago. Earlier this month, there was pumpkin spice in the store. I don't understand. I don't understand. Why are we trying to speed run through all of these holidays? Why can't we just, like, have a normal holiday? Why can't we enjoy the time that we have right now? Is that how profit and retail? Profit these nuts. Stores need something special to draw you in? No, they don't. I need to buy things eventually. They just need to stop trying to market in my face, because every time I get a new ad for a store that I already don't like because they keep advertising in my face, I don't go there. This isn't even a joke. The more times I hear or see an advertisement for a store, I don't know why I can't speak. I just straight up don't go. I've needed to buy things at the mall recently. I've straight up avoided all the stores that were obnoxiously advertising on everything. At this point, the advertisements are like actually a problem. Eventually, isn't very this quarter's profit means a bonus to the board of you. They can eat my shorts. To quote Bart Simpson. You wanna know who I never get ads for and still go to? Costco? Yes. I could eat shorts. Okay. I don't think that's a recommended food item, but whatever you want, Woo. You know what Costco does still have? $1.50 hot dog and drink. And that's really all I need out of life. I just hate advertising right now. I think it's just been really obnoxious this last week or so. Costco is eternal, doom and gloom is temporary. Maybe. I hope so. If I could have one store be eternal, I think Costco would be a good option. Have a bed. Thankfully, if I ever talk about work, there are over 1K store locations in the US alone, but I can be secretive. You do what you want to. You do what you gotta. Leave the bed there. Okay. It should be fine to do it as... Hold on. I need to double check. What is the range of a sponge? Sponge Minecraft. Oh, it's 7 blocks away. I think if I do 5, that should be good. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, did I do this as 4 or did I do this as 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I did it as 5. Cool. Sometimes I don't know how to count, so we gotta account for that. We gotta account for the lack of counting. 5. Fuck Hobby Lobby. I don't understand how Hobby Lobby exists and their hatred of barcodes. I think I could watch documentaries on it and still not really understand their hatred of barcodes. They're a confusing place. Full of confusing things. Wasn't the excuse something about Satanism? I don't know if it was Satanism per se, but I think they didn't want to see 666 or something. Hobby Lobby is a very particular vibe, derogatory. Yeah. Yeah, it's a bad one. Okay, we need to do something really quickly before I can continue on, which is I need to remove all of the glass. Not all of the glass. All of the this. Ow. The barcodes are becoming QR codes now? Is there a reason why they should be? QR codes? I never understood why people still shop at Hobby Lobby. There's so many options for cheaper and better. Not always, Woo. In some areas, there's just nothing else. Unfortunately. Barcodes are the mark of the beast. Does that have to do with the 666? Isn't it so they can change the prices without people knowing? I think, unironically, if I was going to cite something real, it's probably that. I think all of the, like, Mark of the Beast, Satanism stuff is just the excuse that they're using around it, but I unironically would expect it to be like, yeah, they just want to make people pay more money. Sounds like people need to step up their game then. Okay, I am going to take a hard stance here of I am never going to shame somebody for shopping at a store that I disagree with. Especially like restaurants or like grocery stores and things like that. Like, I hate people that judge people for shopping at stores when sometimes there is legitimately no other option. I mean more for the localized monopoly sense. There's just no option sometimes. Not every person is going to be able to like step up and create a store as big as something like a Hobby Lobby in a place that is got less people. Like Walmart sucks, but so many people literally only have a Walmart. And unironically, as shitty as Walmart is, there's not a lot of businesses that are big enough that would be able to even coordinate something like a Walmart in some of the regions that desperately need something like a Walmart. I was talking about the QR codes thing, but Hobby Lobby was also do that because Hobby Lobby will also often have the same item with two different prices next to each other when they do have prices. No, I don't think... Okay, for the QR codes, I don't know if it's that, but a lot of places are now switching over to digital price tags on shelves. Which is... if they start doing this at my grocery store, because they just switched over and got a whole bunch of those. I'm so pissed if they start upping the prices between when I grab it off of the shelf and when I go to set it down at the thing. I will fight them physically with my fist. I don't know who they is, but I'll find them. Did get rid of the price checkers for a while? I hate that. Which when Walmart pulls out, they literally have nothing left in the town, sometimes die? Yeah. This is so fucking difficult to get my phone to read. Time, I need you to know they are difficult for someone with working eyes. Well, okay, relatively working eyes to read. I buy energy drinks because I like having a 0-calorie option. It's nice. When I go sometimes over into that section and they are having sales, I can't read it. I can't read the sale marker. I don't know what the sale is for. So I just go, well, there's a sale on one of these. And I hope it's the one that I'm grabbing. Because the fine print is literally so fine that I can't read it on those fucking little screens. And I could read it just great last month before they moved over to the new system. And I'm gonna smack them. I'm gonna smack them. Or like, I buy tube treats for Anne for her meds right now, and I can't read anything on that label because it is on the top shelf and I am short. I could read it before when it was big and white on, or black on white text, but now, no. Also, a lot of the stores like Walmart, etc. also purposely set up and set their prices at a way that starve out all smaller local stores, so they're only people in that area, and then no one has money to restart up their old business when Walmart decides that they don't actually want to be here anymore. Yeah. There's a lot of shit that happens with Walmart. I hate Walmart. Fuck Walmart. But also, like, people gotta do what they gotta do. Got pants and the text on the tag about material and washing instructions were too small to be properly embroidered on the tag. What are we doing? What are we doing? Also, when the ads run, I need my water, which I left in the other room because I'm smart. So as soon as the ads happen, I will put you on the BRB screen and I will go get water, and then I will come back after probably also petting Anne. Ads start in 3 minutes, so this is your warning. As a species, we're profit maxing and collectively shitting our own pants. Well, yeah, because we've also, well, in the US, gotten rid of all of our safety checks around food, so now there's stuff in our lettuce and parsley. It's great. No, come back. Is that how you interpreted shitting our own pants? I mean, it is quite literally the best explanation of everything that's happening right now. I wish to eat a salad once in a while. I do feel really bad. In, like, Washington so far hasn't been affected, so it's been, like, fine. But it's fine. And eggs. Oh god, I forgot that the egg shit had started up again. I don't buy eggs already because I just don't need them, and it's gotten ridiculous again. What about eggs? Egg prices are going up again. I forget what they were citing as responsible this time. What did they say was responsible this time? Egg prices. Oh, it's the recall. So now there's a shortage because of the recall. Oh, yeah, it's the salmonella contamination. That's what it is. I forgot. I literally just read a thing about this before stream. There was some stuff going on, and so now there's potential for salmonella contamination. So they recalled all the eggs, but that means that there's going to be an egg shortage, which means that they're going to increase the egg prices again. It just keeps happening. It just keeps happening. I'm down to 2 eggs. I just don't eat eggs. I've solved the problem. Can't do that with vegetables, though. Kind of need vegetables. I kind of like vitamins in things in my food. Carrot. It's gonna come for the carrots next. Okay, ads are playing. I'm going to go get water. I'll be right back. I lied. I didn't just get water, I got salami. I regret nothing. Hold on, give me just 1 second to finish eating my salami. That was horrible, Ether. Okay, back to video gaming. Salambi. Harambe. Just the word bees. That's it. That's the entire message from Woo. Salam wee. They're hip? No. Look at all these fish I'm gonna kill. They're gonna die. I forgot to turn down the music. It's the sad Minecraft music, too. God, I love sad Minecraft music. Don't make that face, Aether. They're gonna die because I'm gonna drain everything and they're gonna be here and they won't leave and I'm not gonna relocate them. If they can't breathe, they can't breathe. I can't help them. I'm a humble Minecrafter. Doing Minecraft things. Who just really wants to play a shooty game. Minecraft things like war crimes? Yeah. It's fun. I'm normal. I'm normal and well adjusted and we're fine. Violating the Geneva Convention? No, that's Stardew Valley. Which technically did violate the Geneva Convention. What? Okay, so, Stardew Valley had the Red Cross. Which you're not supposed to use for any healing items or things. It literally breaks the Geneva Convention. They did patch it, but, you know. I don't know what the Geneva Convention is. I don't know how to help you with that one, but you could go look it up and see about all the war crimes that you're not supposed to commit, but... Hold on. I think my salami requisition has made Anne upset that she does not have treats, and now she is crying in the other room. So I might need to really quickly also give Anne treats because she is sad that she did not get salami, which she can't have because it's not good for cats. Okay, hold on. Give me 2 seconds. I'm gonna go feed the cat a treat or 3. Yeah, I'm gonna go pet the cat. I'm not gonna leave the mic on because she's really far away, so you just hear like ambient noise. I'll be right back. don't know if she's appeased, but she at least has treats now. Look at him. Oh. I didn't even get to push him into the hole. How sad. I want to show someone the Diet Coke and Mentos thing. Sometimes I forget that there are people out there that have never seen Coke and Mentos. Oh boy, time to learn about the Geneva Convention. More like the Geneva Suggestion of War Crimes to Commit, if you're feeling spicy. Basically, the summary of the list comes down to it is a whole bunch of things that, like, are not cool to do during war times. It's a little bit more complicated than that, but it's basically what it is. Or Canadian. Yeah. The Canadians are wild. Whee! I meant to work on the trees today, but I think this is where my heart is. Maybe we'll do both. There's time for both. I could do both. Maybe we'll make part of a waffle and then we'll go back to working on the trees. Canadians are just really polite war criminals. We forgive them. Waffle. Now I just want a waffle, and we're not gonna get waffles at work anytime soon unless they do a surprise breakfast for lunch thing, but I don't think that's gonna happen. They hate me, specifically. I'm drowning. I'm no longer drowning. What if they just hate waffles? No, I think they just hate me. Actually, that's not true. Do you want to know what's not true about that? Is the fact that they have stopped putting mushrooms in everything. This is such a very specific complaint to have. So for whatever reason, the kitchen that our office uses, they really like putting mushrooms in everything. I understand that it's a pretty decent, like, filler to put in there. Not too expensive, pretty decent health-wise. I understand. But it's in everything. I hate mushrooms. I very specifically hate the texture of mushrooms. We've talked about this before. If I can, like, have the thing with, like, cream of mushroom soup in it, like, it doesn't bother me then. It is very specifically about, like, pieces of mushroom, and the texture is just bad. And for whatever reason, this kitchen just uses so many mushrooms in everything, and it was so sad. And then last week, they brought back something that I had not seen from them in a long time, and it didn't have mushrooms in it this time. Sand? High tea with sand time. Because they make good, like, yakisoba. And I love yakisoba, and I want to eat the yakisoba, but I'm not gonna eat yakisoba if it's full of mushrooms. And for like weeks, they'd been giving us all of our side dishes, like all of our pasta type stuff, always had mushroom in it. And so all of the yakisoba had mushroom in it for weeks and weeks and weeks. And then last week, there was no mushrooms in the yakisoba. There was no mushrooms in it. And I have never been a happier person. Kitchen had an accidental mushroom acquisition? No, they just really like mushrooms. This has been like since I started working this job. The kitchen that we get our food from, which hasn't changed. Except for a couple times where the catering stuff fell through. That doesn't really matter. Aside from a couple of times where like they didn't have like the bandwidth for us, they always mushrooms. Everything. And I feel really bad because there's a couple of vegetarians in the office that aren't like the biggest fans of mushrooms. They'll eat them if they're served, but there have been like weeks where all of the vegetarian options have been like, here's more mushrooms. Would you like mushrooms? We have more mushrooms for you. Meat, portobello mushroom. And very little tofu for whatever reason. It's certainly a time. And I'm not really all that upset. Like, free food is free food, and if I have to pick around mushrooms in my free food, I'm not really all that upset. It's just that I get so excited when there's a mushroom-free dish. Just sitting here knowing the wars that are going on are way against the Geneva Convention. Oh, don't worry, Aether. A lot of people brought that up, and so far nobody has said anything. Well, people have said things, but nobody's listening. I'm dying. I'm dying. I'm drowning. And starving. Okay, we'll see if I can finish one more row. Portobello mushrooms. I just don't like mushroom. How do I opt out of this bullshit? No. You don't. Even moving into the wilderness will not get you out of it. It's the adage of, even if you don't fuck with politics, politics will fuck with you. What if I move into space? Unironically, would probably be one of the most political moves that you could make, because there's a whole bunch of, like, nobody can own space stuff going on, and, like, well, what if Elon Musk's, SpaceX puts, like, fills the entirety of the orbits? Does he effectively own space? I like the taste of mushrooms, but in things cannot do the texture. Yeah, I don't know what it is besides the texture that just makes my brain crawl. I'm escaping to the one place that hasn't been corrupted by capitalism, space. But it has been corrupted by capitalism. You're not safe anywhere. Capitalism is here forever. It's here forever until we get rid of it. Actually, don't know where the edge of this is. Oh no. We might have to block this off further, but we will get to this area when we get to this area. I'm drowning. I'm dying. Only low Earth orbit has been corrupted so far, maybe a small amount of the moon. Well, shortly a large portion of the moon? Larger portion of the moon? Dig down in the middle of the planet. Do you think we'll find that cave full of dinosaurs in an underground lake? Whee! Okay, now we need the sponge. Why did I open that like it was going to have the sponge in it? Whee! Isn't there a bunch of organisms that evolved to survive in the Earth's mantle? No? In the mantle? You can be one too. No. I think the closest you might be thinking about are tardigrades, but I don't think tardigrades evolved to survive in the mantle. They can survive pretty much anything. Shadow mantle. Well, I see now it's Deltarune. Now it's all Deltarune. I should have thought this through. I refuse to think. I should have grabbed a bucket. Oh, I gave all my buckets to the chest. Everything cleared now. Okay. Ow. Be the mantle tardigrade you wish to see literally in the world. Please don't put yourself in the mantle of the planet. I think maybe that might be dangerous. It's gonna be the new cool new free tardigrade. Oop. There are my ankles. Too late, I'm digging. Oh no. The rats in their natural environment. A new place to dig. Whee! It's possible life between the seafloor and the mantle rocks. Oh, I mean, that's entirely possible. I think you should, you know what? Be the change you want to see in the world. Become the weird tardigrade inside of the Earth's core. Or something. What if robot instead? You're asking for so much. I forget the name of this item. It's a wardrobe, but sideways. It's like a cabinet. A wardrobe, but sideways. I think, yeah, the word's dresser. Wardrobe, but sideways. I think I missed a sponge over here. I thought dressers had drawers. Don't armoires have drawers too sometimes? Where's a picture of the wardrobe from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe? Actually, I just want a picture of wardrobes. You know what I'm kind of tired of? Sorry, I just looked up wardrobe and I'm upset. Hold on. Okay, no, I need to... I hate it. I hate this. Nope, we're having picture time. When I search for wardrobe with nothing else... No, puppet show? Don't worry, we'll have puppet show. Okay. Fuck all of you. Star has really done this to all of us. Jesus Christ, this is amazing. Okay, so when I look up wardrobe, image number 1 is one of these. Hold on, I have to get this to actually open and save in a way that is actually usable. May I have image, please? No, bad request. Just kidding, it's fine. Save image as JPEG. No, puppy show. Wait, no, hold on. Okay, so if I'm looking up wardrobes right now, this is what I get. But if I look up, like, antique wardrobes... Hold on. Why won't you save? Save images. If I look up antique wardrobe, I get...
Hello, Twaiter and Rats. I just got home from work.
Hello.
It was a 15K day. I hate back to school time. Anyways, did you know that Holiday by Green Day turns 21 years old this year?
I'm putting you in the antique wardrobe, Ibit. But then, like, you get one of these. Which is so nice and pretty and cool. And why did we go from having, like, actual designs to just a closet off the wall that's just boring? Go with the antique wardrobe, let's go. And, like, this isn't even, like, the coolest looking one that I found. Like, the coolest looking ones that I found are, like... Well, obviously, these are very expensive things, but, like, they're actually, like, neat to look at and pretty and a good statement piece. And why is everything square? Save image as. I just need you guys to see this one, too. I just like it. Look at it. Look at those decorations. Look at the way that those drawers are a wave. Less access to big fucking logs. No, we do still have them, but they're just not good quality. Because we make them grow so fast. Sorry, the Green Day song being 20 years old is finally registering in my brain. Okay, I'm fine now. I think. 21, it's fine. 20, 21, it's fine. It's fine. I'm fine. I should have done it 4 across. I could also just... What if I got leaves? What if I pull a Philza and I just go get a whole bunch of leaves? I miss Philza? He's right there. I don't know where, but he's right there. I don't get to watch him anymore. I get to watch him but muted sometimes at work. And then I have a coworker who sees him and then goes and reminds me of the fact that they used to participate in the Halo community and knew of Philza before Philza was a Minecrafter, which always freaks me out. They were sitting in my office for a little bit and then saw him and I was talking about something else. Oh, I was talking about Halo because it was the campaign evolved stuff came out and I'm very confused and now I have more feelings about it and also less feelings about it. When Philza picks up the check, he's Bilza. When Philza picks up his meds, he's Pilza. I hate it here. Philza songs are still Ziploc songs in my mind. There's some Philza music that is now mine in my head, but there's a lot of it that is very much still Phil songs. When Philza takes an edible, he's Philza. When Philza is pickle, he's Dilza. Why have we started down this tangent? When Philza takes his meds as a bug, he's a pill bug. Okay. You're all awful. I appreciate all of you so very much. Blame Woo? I can blame Woo for a lot of things. When he's shrimping, he's Krillza. When the Philza is wheat, he's Tilza. When Philza eats pizza, he's Fizza. I mean, he is just pizza. Where's it? Where there's a Wilza, there's a Wayza. Okay, we're going to put this... 1, 2, 3. We'll see if this works, or if the sponge will actually take water out of waterlogged leaves. I don't know, but we'll find out. Maybe this is just what I need to do. Mostly worked. It was never going to be perfect, and that's fine. We'll ignore the leaf falling things. I liked my pill bug joke? No, I liked it too. Oh fuck, there's been an oil spills. When Filza has Riz, he's Rizla. Why do I feel like he both needs to see these and doesn't need to see these? If I just spam it, will it be fine? Probably, maybe, we'll find out. This is great to have while doing the most mind-numbing repetitive thing ever right now. Definitely making me feel more sane. Is it making you feel more sane? Because I'm feeling particularly less sane. This is just Colorza but with letters? Yes. When Filza isn't moving, he's stillza. Fork doesn't need to see these. However, Kristen, she'd love this. When Phil is in a poem, he stanza. No, Aether, that one's so good. Starfinder Afterlight is going to early access soon. Soon? I hate the word soon. Hold on. Now I need to go look at stuff. Because Starfinder is Pathfinder. So that's Paizo, right? That is definitely Paizo. We'll see if it happens. Have they said anything? Hold on. Did they say anything else? Their most recent post is about the hotbar being redesigned from July 22nd. Okay. Phil does well in something, call that a skillza. I'm getting my Filza of the alphabet. I hate it. Fish gilza. Oh my god. Chicken, that's killza. I hate it here. I hate it here. I hate it here. This is wonderful. Never change, rats. Never change. Well, actually, no, please change, but like your clothing, you know? Maybe I need to do a proper waffle. I don't think the waffle would actually make this go any faster, if I'm honest, though. Turning wheat into grains, that's Milza. When Philza kills you, you've been a killza. When he's cooking for the garden party, he's grillza. Phil is writing with a pen, call him Quilza. Nothing's wrong with your outfit, Minty. When Philza is a fish, he breeds. The Gilza one already happened. Aether's stealing jokes now. I want to cancel Aether, he's stealing jokes. We'll worry about the leaf flares later. Why did they make the sound so bad? Sorry, I'm still having a moment about the sound of sponges in current Minecraft, and I don't know why it bothers me so much, but it does. I'm feeling Ilza. Ilza is writing a paper for his assets after death. Wilza. Quilza for the Wilza. Phil transitions to female, call him Jilza. I hate this. Surely there's a vanilla tweak to fix it? Actually, let's go check. Vanilla tweak. Because if I don't do it now, I won't remember. Fracking for oil, he's Drillza. I hate it here. Filza has to use a paint bucket. Filza. Nope, not pick all. Peace and quiet, maybe? No. Retro. No. Sorry, I accidentally opened up the fun one and got distracted by both Beeralis, Exuma squids, and wandering Exumas. I feel like somehow I got flashbanged. I don't know if there is one. I don't think there is one. I'm so sad. This is the worst news of the day. There's not. I'll see if there's a place to request additions later tonight because I hate it. I'm sure somebody already has a mod for it. Like, I'm not actually too worried about not being able to find a resource pack for it. I just don't think Vanilla Tweaks has it for whatever reason. I'm sure if I just typed in old sponge noise Minecraft resource pack to the interwebby thing, I've seen several CurseForge and Mondrath like links. And Filza isn't there, he's Nilza. Okay, Nilza twice. Filza's sitting at a window Silza. I hate this. I hate this. When Phil's operating the cash register at his old GameStop job, call him Tilza. You know what? I would love to see the rats try to torment Phil with this, but I feel like he would just... He wouldn't kill everybody, but I feel like the rats would get disappeared really quickly. I watch Phil enough. I like he's just nice to look at in the background as I'm doing other things. I like seeing, because he's working on BioShock right now. I like seeing his Project BioShock slowly come together in the background while I'm doing important, quote-unquote, important work tasks. Bill is... Bill is temporary ephemerism. Why did that one really get me? If we all jump in chat at the same time and start saying this shit, the rest of chat will surely jump in too with new ones. Yeah. I do like that some things in Phil's chat never change. Like, I can open chat and watch Phil ask questions or like chat start asking questions about Minecraft, and it's always Birder who's answering about stuff, who's like talking about like what does and does not happen in Minecraft. Somebody today said or not somebody today, someone recently said that they thought that Phil's bit about the scouting illagers was rage bait, and I'm like, no, I just think Phil's stupid. And I stand by that. I just don't think he understands how they work. And he's made it our problems. First I was just looking for letters on my keyboard and putting ill sounds after it, honestly. Not sure where ephemeral came from. The depths of your mind that yearn to be a poet, I guess. Or a rapper? Same, same. I love word association and saying things. Yeah. Alright, we're gonna put, for the moment, you in there. You know what? What if I just don't care about the leaves? I've decided I don't care about them. When Philza evolves into a 100-meter tall dinosaur that crawls out of the ocean, call him Godzilla. Godzilla. What if I care? I mean, you can care. You can care about whatever you want to care about. You can also not care about whatever you don't want to care about. Or do- what? What did I just say? Nope, I'm not thinking that hard about it. Ow. Okay, we'll do this. When Philza is selling you real estate, call him Zilla. That's what I've been doing, and I can't come up with shit besides Silo Philza. Oh, it's fine, I'm normal. I'm fine and normal. I'm normal. When Philza's climbing up a hill, call him Hilza. Philza's pondering life, call that Philza. Need you all to know that I wanted to give myself a simple trim to redefine my layers. I fucked up so bad I'm getting a pixie cut tomorrow. Oh no. I'm so sorry. It happens to the best and worst of us. I wanted to go short before, but never had the guts. It works out. The universe made the choice for you. They said, you don't have the guts? Don't worry, we got this. Oh, somebody's grilling. Sorry, I started smelling smoke and started panicking for a second, thinking that something was on fire in my apartment. It's fine. Everything's fine. You know what I do need? More sponge. Okay, into the nether if we go. I need to update the hardcore world. I'm just debating whether or not it's worth updating before the wool update or after the wool update. I haven't quite decided yet. Because, sorry, this is related to Sizzly because I was just thinking about how you could make a sauna in Minecraft with some of the new blocks. What if you downgrade the hardcore world? No. No, because then I'd lose, like, the happy gas and some of the dogs. And I think I'd cry. Seen a few people do that to get impossible items or break bedrock or get old trainer shit. So there is a path of like upgrading and downgrading that you can do in a Minecraft world to get some items that are technically impossible. I've seen a couple of people do it over the years. I would never do it something like this hardcore world. A, because, you know, I'm kind of attached to it, and also B, there can be a lot of issues that come with trying to do that upgrade downgrade. It can corrupt, and it can do things that you don't intend it to. even when you're only editing chunks that are far away from like spawn and stuff, it's kind of it's risky. It's very, very risky. Why is there something on the ground over here? There's an object over here? Where? Is it on the other... Is it that? Is it that? Or is that what you're staring at? Are you trying to tell me that a squid died video game? There's a bee? I could lose the bees. You know, sometimes I forget how old Minecraft is and then I remember horses. And it's very specifically how surprised I am every time I look up how old Minecraft horses are, because they're still an April Fool's Day joke in my brain. And I think that is a perfect encapsulation of how old I am when it comes to Minecraft. Maybe? Wait, whoa, there's... I need to see how much this is. I need to go put this on my wish list. There is another voxel game that's very close to Minecraft that I want to put on my wish list to play one day. There's a demo right now for it, but I saw like Mogswamp playing it. Alumeria. I kind of want to do like maybe a week of just playing like... Do like a week each and do like a Vintage Story, a Hypixel, any other voxel games, like a Better Than Adventure, which is technically still a mod pack. If Alumeria is like out in like a better state, maybe I'll play like that. I don't know if the demo is good enough right now. Also, hi Zier. And Philza has cool shades and a backwards baseball cap. And points at you with finger guns. He says, Waza. Okay. New speedrun for putting in my left ear stud. 4 minutes. Are you... Does that involve the cleaning time? Is that all the cleaning time and stuff and things that you're dealing with? No, it does not include cleaning time. Uh-oh. You'll get there, Zier. I believe in you. This is like me with contacts. Me getting my time to get contacts in my eyes down to under 15 minutes was a miracle. Like a legitimate miracle. Look, she misspelled ear. Listen, the rats don't know how to spell. I just assume that the rats will have misspelled the words that I'm looking at. Maybe this is like why I like word puzzle games is because it fits the same kind of thing in my brain of like trying to figure out what they're trying to say. I need to play more puzzle games on stream. We're playing Gecko Gods. Maybe instead of Halo, we play Gecko Gods. Sponge. Ad start in 30 seconds. Not looking forward to changing my new piercing in my left ear. It's been fucking half irritated the entire fucking time. Good luck. Why piercing when eyelet through skin? That's still a piercing. Ether? That would still be a piercing. It could still get irritated and be half infected. Not enough to be worried, just enough to be frustrating. I think that's the worst part about getting a piercing. Of just... Because it's an open... Irritated. Sorry. Thank you, T, for saying that. Thank you, T. I appreciate you so much. It's still a wound, and in the healing process, they can still get really irritated. I always admire, but also am terrified of the people that do the piercings that are technically meant to be temporary. Like the ones that are not meant to live long term in your skin, they're just there for like a couple of weeks or a month or something. I could never do that. I'm so proud of the people that do. Like tongue and stuff? No. Either? The tongue is not one that's meant to be like a couple weeks. Well, I mean, there are ones that are meant to be a couple of weeks, but I'm talking about like, there's some like collarbone or like that kind of area piercings that are not meant to be long term. There's some in your face that are not meant to be long term. I have friends, I know people that got married that now divorced while hanging from giant hooks. Okay, so remind me never to get married on giant hooks. I think maybe that is how you get divorced, too. Are you talking about DVD? Sorry. The DVD one really got me. Through their backs? Yeah, I know what you're talking about too. Sorry, the DVD. I'm so confused. What are you confused about? Which part is throwing you off? Is it the DVD? Is it the non-permanent piercings? Reality and my place in it? Over there. On the bench. I miss Filza again. This is still a Filza song in my head. Filza when he gets too attached to Instagram. Reelza. Sorry, that one was horrible. I'll take it back now. I'll leave. I'll go somewhere else. My sister got a tongue piercing, was told she would regret it, and still has it like 10 years later and loves it. What sound does that make, Ether? It's a loud one? Okay. He's going on a monologue or yapping at chat. That's Spielza. Yes. Have any of you looked at Filza dying to the baby zombie recently? Know why? I just keep thinking about how close he was to saving himself. And how much that one moment changed him. And all of the people yelling at him in chat. It was weird. I had nostalgia for something I'd never been involved in before. I wasn't there. I had no concept that Philza existed, except for, like, seeing Hardcore Player doing videos on YouTube every now and then. Maybe I just missed that era of, like, YouTube content. I'm going through feelings about how Minecrafters are on the internet again. Don't ask me why I'm having all these feelings about sentimental stuff. Stop. We already made the skills of one either. Always did tattoos because of sports, but I have my navel now because I'm an adult and I can. No, I think that's very real. Body modification, as long as you're doing it properly and safely, I think is a fun thing to do. Live your best life, make yourself into a fun, artistic canvas. Okay, body augmentation and becoming a robot are two different things. Plagiarism, Ilza. Okay, I'm too amused. I'm fine. I'm fine and normal. Isn't it just a matter of degrees? When is a person not a person? We've talked about this before. Never mind. I know we've done this before. I think I draw the hard line at a human is not even remotely human by the time they're replacing, like, their brain. If you're replacing your human brain with a computer memory bank, maybe it's a percentage. The brain is a hard line, but then there's also, like, if a percentage of the body is not human, then you're no longer human to me. You're like android. Human adjacent, but not human. Human of Theseus. No. Because you're not replacing it with, like, similar parts. You're just getting rid of it. 51%? No. I think it's closer to, like, 75. Hello. Did you know you're going to drown? No, you can swim. You're not going to drown. You're going to suffocate the other one. Lucky, that already is a genre about, like, what is human. Knife Fight Friend is a cyborg? I don't think cyborg's the right term. Hold on, I need the internet to help me define words again. No, is it that android's the other one? I'm mixing this up. Is it android or cyborg? Okay, no, I mixed it up. I got it backwards. Yes, cyborg versus android. Android is looking like human, but not necessarily human, and then cyborg could be human. I flipped it in my head. I don't remember why, and it might have something to do with, like, a book I've read. You have cyborg eyes? No. So is a cyborg an android? It's a rectangle. It's a rectangle square. It's a rectangle square moment. No, I mean Cyborg the character. Okay. No. He's a cyborg. Wear a device that augments your vision, cyborg. I don't know. Okay, no, there's a difference between wearing a device that augments my vision and having cyborg eyes. Trilza saying Caro in Spanish doing a Trilza. Okay. I like to see that Ether is still thinking of these. I'm an entirely different world than all of you. Ether is doing his best impression of Loopy going, I am just not there. I'm stuck in Philza puns. T-Philza. At least in Teen Titans, Cyborg is definitely more than 75% robot. I don't know anything about Teen Titans besides watching the Cartoon Network show, so I have no opinions. I don't know anything about the character except funny robot man best friends with Beast Boy. And that's about all I got. T and Ether are in a very specific world, feels like it's really good at doing, word-based- no, what is it? 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 Crosswords! Sorry, crosswords, sorry. I was trying so hard to get there, and I couldn't remember it. Wordles, that one would also work. There's unfortunately not a bit. I keep hearing words and sentences and keep trying to put Philza in there somewhere. Wordlesa and Wordsa and Crosswordsa and... Creeper Amanza. Phil goes to a Ren fair, Swordza, and gets a Swordza. I'm trying. We've gone away from words that rhyme with Phil. Yes. Phil the fish, Garza. Okay, that one's good. I shouldn't have jumped like that into the bed, because there's a very real possibility that my body could have fallen off the bed and I would have died. I live a risky life, what can I say? Many times, but go for it? Yeah, if you have another one, just go for it. Joe Hilza. No, it's a Joe Hill joke. I think we can let this one go. Phil goes for a frolic in a field. He is Hilza. Fieldza. As we can't keep doing Hilza. Okay, now just to spite Aether, I want only Hilza jokes. When Phil smells good bread, he sniffs-a. Wilza. Yeah, we had Wilza and a Wayza. Where there's a Wilza, there's a Wayza. Which is very good. 10 out of 10. Still like that one. The fish are in the Wayza. I'm being depraved of the Phil puns? I don't think that's the word you're looking for, but close enough. Is that the right word? I don't think so. I tried, that's fine. Spider. Do you want to know what's really bad that keeps happening to my brain every time I see a spider? And I'm very specifically going to blame, Mecha Chameleon for this. People kept doing the bit of being Spider-Man on the ceiling of rooms, and so they do the music on top of it to say, like, this is Spider-Man. And so now every time I see Minecraft spiders, my brain does that noise for some reason, and I'm going insane. I'm a whale eating krills up. Wheatley Crab just entered my brain when you said that. I looked at this spider and saw him, and I think I need help. I don't know who can help you at this point either. Diza? Balls of okay. There's just Diza nuts. Pilza joined stream, call that a ratsa. We're having some sort of time. Listen, I started with going like, oh, I'm gonna work on trees, I'm gonna build things, and then decided to go dig, and this is where we wound up. We're having a timeza. Oh my god. He's making biscuits, not like a cat. He's become the Pillsbury boy. Okay. Moo had a good one. That's a good one. We're still very normal. Filk? Oh no. You forgot about Filk? Filk is your own creation and you forgot about Filk? What does the world come to? Why is Hush playing? Does it know that we're thinking about Filza? I miss Technoblade. Did we talk about the fact that Technodad said that he didn't like the LARPing, and then the creator that was formerly TechnoLARP, whose username I cannot remember now, actually did properly, like, step down? Well, he's using the account still, but he's no longer doing the... When it's time to be quiet, Phil Hushza. Okay. I'm still kind of miffed that... I'm kind of miffed that everybody thought it was appropriate to throw that conversation at Technodad. Also that, like, hold on, I need to say this. I don't know if anybody else saw this. Susan, one of the Technodad moderators, got added as a moderator to the original TechnoLARP channel. That has since been renamed, and I don't remember what it's called because I don't honestly care about him. Like, she got added, she said something, and then, like, somebody was like, why are you a moderator here? And she was having to reply in every single comment being like, I did not request to be a moderator here. I thought that was the wildest part. That fish is gonna die. Oh. The salmon are killing themselves and the cod is slowly dying, so that says something. I thought that that was the... Can you not unmod yourself on YouTube? I actually don't know. I don't know, actually, I don't know if you can unmod yourself outside of the context of, like, a live chat. Or where that's buried in menus if you can do it outside of the context of a live chat. Because YouTube's made with weirder duct tape than Twitch for some reason. YouTube is really odd. I don't know what it's doing, but they're doing something. When Philza on the toilet, he shitsa. Not pizza. You didn't want to do pizza? It's too close to pizza, actually. Never mind, I take it back. YouTube is a Google product now, of course it's long. I mean, it's been a Google product for longer than it was a non-Google product. I'm pretty sure. Google Plus. Google Plus was such an interesting era. Not a good one, just interesting. Okay. Google Plus was so unmemorable. Depends on where you were on the internet. There were some people doing some very ridiculous things with it, and many more people that were just using it for nonsense that didn't do anything to anyone at all and was pointless. I remember some content creators doing some shenanigans with it. But it was very limited. I can't remember what the interface looked like. Probably like Facebook. I can remember what it looked like. It just wasn't... I understand why Google tried it. And it was very specifically because they thought that having a social media website that wasn't like a YouTube would be helpful, but... It's just applesauce, Minty, if you want the Bapplesauce song. Yeah, if you spell applesauce with a B, you get Bapplesauce. Misspellings and all. I've never fixed that typo and I never will. Applesauce. Okay. I'm so glad that as soon as everybody heard sauce, everybody went salsa. Bill dipping chips in sauce. Sauce is up. Okay, either you missed one. Bill goes to a Mexican restaurant. Salsa. Your hubris. I'm a stupid bitch? Well, yeah. But not for this. Philza making a sound and moving past you. Past you will change Doppel's effect. I can't believe you just did the Doppler effect as a Philza joke. Wonderful. 10 out of 10. Philza learns how to dance the waltza. Okay. Phil's evil twin, Za. Okay. We're so normal and realistic and normal people. We're a bunch of regular guys. We can exist in a space. Nope, not that one. Not falling down. Phil's evil twin is burger base. Okay, hold on. Because hot dogs and burgers go together. What goes together with pizza? I'm thinking of the Mario and Luigi. Phil eating cheese. It's mozzarella. Okay. Just put Philza into normal sentences. Phil at the grocery store? Why am I afraid? That's it? Nothing else? No, I'm still afraid. I don't care if that's just a normal thing. I think I'm afraid. Still doing laundry? Okay, you know how sometimes you think about how, like, celebrities and other people are just like regular people, but then you can't imagine them doing regular people things? For whatever reason, Phil and laundry don't belong in the same world in my head. Don't ask me why. I don't know what's happening right now. I think I am just thinking back to 6 years ago when I started watching Phil do the waffle for the ocean monument, and then he almost died. Actually, I can't imagine most people cleaning a toilet. I can't imagine Anne Hathaway cleaning a toilet. Can I imagine Matt Damon cleaning a toilet? No. I can't imagine Anne Hathaway. Why not? She did such a good job in The Odyssey. I went to go to a zoo and see a Gorillza. You know, like the hit band Gorillza. Bad with names, don't know who that is. Catwoman. Princess Diaries. Elle from that one thing that's on a twist of all the fairy tales, where she has to listen to what other people tell her what to do. That one character in Les Mis. I can imagine Anne Hathaway cleaning a toilet because of Les Mis. Oh, well, that's true, actually. Never mind. I love her talking about getting that role and how excited she was to shave her head, and then her husband reminded her that they were getting married. Les Mis. Okay. I can't imagine Benjamin Franklin cleaning a toilet. You can imagine Benjamin Franklin? I guess I didn't need to come this far over. Well, I need to breathe. Then she shaved her head anyways? Well, yeah. Just because her husband had reminded her didn't mean she wasn't gonna do it. Ilza transitions to woman, is now a lesbian. Hi, Darren. We're having a weird word association day, so I hope you're prepared for that. I don't know if I can help you, but it's here. I did need this one. Okay. Whee! I'm just gonna deal with this section, I've decided. Yeah, I don't know how I'm gonna do this section. I think maybe I'll just cry at this one. Where's men playing on a Minecraft server, call that Geza, sorry. I went to the doctor and they asked me what ails you. Still at the pub drinking a beerza. How do we turn this into a cider joke? Because I know he likes ciders more. Or I think he likes ciders more? I don't actually remember. Thunderstorm probably means that I should not be in the ocean. Spider. Spider. Minecraft makes men gay? Yes. I don't know why, but it does. When he's peeking his microphone, he shrills. Okay. Did Minecraft make me a lesbian? Okay, so I have no confirmation that it can make anybody into a lesbian, but like men being gay on the Minecraft server is like a well-documented thing, and I don't know what to tell you about that one. I don't know what happened. The straighter the lines, the gayer the guys. I guess? I don't know why it doesn't apply to women. I feel like all the women that started playing Minecraft were already gay. Okay. Common women W. Hills getting soaked in the rain because he forgot his umbrella. Okay, that one's awful and I love it. Minecraft is like wearing socks but reverse. No, that's accurate. I don't know how they managed to do it, but they did manage to do that somehow. I pictured wearing socks inside out rather than vertical. Just vaguely uncomfortable. So if I wore socks while playing Minecraft, I'd still be straight? What do you mean, still be straight? I think you were doomed from the start, Ether. I'm sorry to say. Whee! What even is straight anyways? Sorry, my brain just said woman kissers and I was like, that's incorrect. There's a lot of women kissers that are not straight. If you wore socks, then it's not gay because of the socks, but if you are in a Minecraft server, then you are gay. So if you wear socks and are gay and play Minecraft, you become a gay man who can only have straight relationships. Like me? Yeah, like you. Socks, the weapon from God to defeat the queers. Just like how cornflakes are the way to defeat the horny. I'm still... That whole story about cornflakes being invented as a way to get people to stop being horny is so funny to me. There's so many layers to it. Is that why I stopped making so many penis jokes? Because I started eating Frosted Flakes again? Sure. Oh, I'm about to make bad decisions. I think about that Christian couple sometimes where the man eats a raw potato if he's feeling an urge so they can remain pure for marriage. Yeah, I think about them too. I hope they're doing okay. I hope that they learned that there's other things out there that they can do. I like to interpret that as potatoes having the power to absolve you of all of your sins. Well, yeah. Don't you know? Potatoes are holy. This tracks with the Irish Catholics. I really hope for the comedy of it that there's a subsect of Catholics who think cornflakes will save us from all the devil and Satan. No, because I don't think he was Catholic. Hold on. Inventor of cornflakes. Oh, it's Kellogg. It's Will Kellogg. Why did I think it was somebody else? It's literally Will Kellogg. Yeah, it was, Seventh-day Adventist. Which is Protestant. That was a nice knuckle pop. Frosted Flakes are the second weapon provided by God. What's the first one? Regular cornflakes? Or potatoes? Socks. Okay. I guess. Nuclear bomb. As we all know, the first weapon, nuclear bomb. Second weapon, Frosted Flakes. And the third was a coughing baby. You know, he had to cancel out the first weapon that he made. He hasn't figured out a way to cancel out Frosted Flakes. I also just found out that the potato story is a myth from somebody's satire book about evangelicals. See, the problem about satire around evangelicals is that there are a lot of groups of evangelicals that unironically do believe some of the things that a lot more reasonable people would go, like, that's satire. They just straight up believe those things. Not even a joke. They just straight up believe those things. So it's really a game of, like, how far is too far for the joke? Now I just really want Frosted Flakes. Okay, here's the real question. Do I... No, never mind. Never mind. I've answered my own question. I was gonna say, do I look like an insane person and show up to my office with a box of Frosted Flakes? First of all, I think we might have Frosted Flakes, and even if we don't, I have dinosaur egg oatmeal at my office right now. So rather than go and get more cereal, I should just eat the dinosaur egg oatmeal. Because I'm an adult, and I have adult money, and I spend it on very important things. Like Warframe. What that? Oh, nothing I care about. Cool. So admit to, I do a thing online where sometimes I hear about funny people and go, I'm not going to question if this is real or not because I want to be in a world where it can be this ridiculous. I think we should all be able to live in a version of our own worlds where you can hear somebody try to explain a creature very badly and somehow invent a unicorn. I'm not joking. I think that people should be able to just go around with, like, interpretations that harm no one and just live with them. Do we know about evangelical post-marriage sex ed? One of like sisters from that one evangelical channel became a sex educator only for married couples in the most weird way. Are you talking about... Are you talking about Bethany from What's Her Face? I forget the channel name. Why do I forget the channel name? Stare at this tiny filza in the middle of a black and white pattern for 45 seconds. Doesn't that pattern look like it's moving? This is called an optical illusion. When you can't find Phil, he's being elusive. Hold on. Girl Defined. Thank you, Tiff. Tiff, you are my savior. It is Girl Defined. But yeah, it's Bethany became oddly, like, very sex positive. Not about premarital sex necessarily, but just very sex positive, and then started talking way too much about it. Still playing horse game, call it Puma Musume. I hate it here. I've decided I hate it here. I'm so head empty. That's okay. Whoa. Now that Anne has had treats, she's also head empty too. Please, sir, go away. Pre-marriage sex out, post-marriage sex is in. Divorce that man. Actually, that happens a lot when people get divorced. In, like, very evangelical, like, communities, you'll see this a lot where they will be very much anti-premarital sex until they've been married and gotten divorced, and then it's not that they don't care, they hold themselves to a weird secondary standard that I don't understand. Gotta think of a word that Philza fits into and then make a story about it. It's illustrative. Okay, that one's really good. I do watch a lot of videos still about the, like, fundamental Christian community just because I am utterly fascinated by the way that they evolve over time. They keep changing things, and I'm fascinated by their lines of thought that I do not understand and I do not follow. I could make space evangelicals, but about something ridiculous. I could do it. I might do it. Sand. Can someone block the terms Phil and Za? No, but I'm having fun. Phil joins the circus, Clownza. Funza. Yeah. Went down to the... Went to the doctor. Turns out I might have a fibromyalgia. I can't say that normally. At first, I was trying to figure out where the fill was in that, and then I realized that it's at the beginning. Because I know scientific terms. Oh, never mind. It's also supposed to be at the end. Ether can't spell. Everybody point and laugh at Ether who can't spell that word that I can't pronounce. I will not be taking feedback at this time. Can't take feedback. All I have is space for sand.
Fibrolymphangioblastoma.
That's not correct. That's not even remotely correct. What the hell did Carol just do to that word? I know that that's not right. I can't say it out loud. I can't make my vocal cords make those noises, but goddamn, Carol. She's broken. I like the idea that we're assuming that every single sentence we were writing has to have a fill pun somewhere in to fulfill the quota. Listen, none of our sentences can be filler. I'm not gonna try to say it, but I want you to know. I want you to know the way that my brain like locked in on the fill. Like I saw a giant block of text and then my brain like didn't, it was like 0.1 seconds locked in and saw the fill. Icy would be proud of us, I think. It makes me mad how good these are. I think that just means that you need to get better at making fill-based jokes. I'm for you to only make fill-based jokes for the next week. And by week, I probably mean the next 24 hours. How the fuck do I practice that shit? Think. Skills issue. I know we made that one before, but it was really good. Don't forget by the time I wake up tomorrow. No, you're gonna wake up tomorrow with like 3 more Phil's jokes in your head. No, not Phil, that word. Philza. Remember, Ethan, there's a wills and there's a ways. That one really gets me. Let's see if I have enough sand to even get remotely close to finishing this. This is just the JSOT rat naming thing again, but worse somehow. Yeah. You thought we were ever going to get better? Blanket. Philo. Pants. I can't keep doing this. Vanza. Okay. Sure. Fair enough. I need more sand. I guess we do another section. Ooh, this is a really deep section too. I need more leaves. Maybe I go get more sand too. More sand, more leaves. Ads start in 3 minutes. Dog. Oh no, he was no, he was timed out, but close enough. That's a ban. Do you know what's oh god, do you know what's Phil's preferred choice of pastry when baking a pie? Phyllo dough. Okay. Woo's out here doing the work of finding new Phil jokes for us. That was way too much. What the hell did you just say? I'm a little sleepy, maybe I should get some Zaws. Okay, that one's a good one. Why did I try to go to sleep immediately? I'm so close to task being over. I believe in you. You got this. You can do the thing. You're a regular guy. Remember when under attack by arrows to Philzig and Philzag? Leaves! Time's a rat's beloveds. Have a good time zone, take care of yourself. I'm Phil-zoned the fuck out. Listen, T's been carrying it, and also Woo, who just keeps periodically coming back with a new one. I join stream, Philza for an hour, then I leave. It's been almost 2 hours, T. I thought. No, wait. Ads are about to start. When did you get here? Has it really only been an hour? I'm not real? Oh. I certainly miss when time was real. Stick. Who actively puts effort in them? I feel like I'm throwing cold spaghetti at a wall. I mean, you still had to cook the spaghetti. You're still cooking. Old. Lost in the Phil sauce. My soup is cold. No! Unless it's gazpacho. Oop. Phil becomes ether, call that a gingerza. Okay, I have more sand. Let's see if more sand does anything for me. It's homemade veggie broth, that's very lovely. If I had more patience in my heart and soul, I would make homemade stocks. But I have no patience in my heart and soul. I only want soup now. Why do they call it a filza when you fill... Why do you call it a filza when you fill in the za, fill out, eat the za? Heart and soul. We have to be able to find a joke about Bleach in here somewhere, because that's his favorite anime. What about bonds? You said something about bonds? Did I say something about bonds? Did I say words and then immediately forget them? Stocks and bonds? James Bonds? Sorry. When did we get here? Did I miss something? I feel like I missed something too, but that's okay. You know what I have? A pocket full of sand. Not a pocket full of sunshine. What does that mean, Woo? Why are you saying Dale Gritty? Gritty D's nuts? Oh, pocket sand. You know, I honestly forgot about that. Has anybody seen how Japan is feeling about America's anime coming back? Raharza? Okay. Fair enough. That one's decent, I understand. I wonder how the anime King of the Hill fans are feeling about the fact that America's hit anime came back. No, I'm not on social media. I mean, fair enough. I just know that it had been back for a while. I don't know if anybody had posted anything. I'm by Free Me. Frieza from Dragon Ball Z. Did Lucky inform you about gay dames? No. What happened to the gay dames? Did they do a Too Fast, Too Furious and become too gay, too dames? The Dice Gods cursed us and we nearly TPK'd. Oh, so you almost did do a Too Fast, Too Furious. You could have had Too Gay, Too Dames, the sequel to, to hit series Gay Dames. I haven't watched enough Bleach to make a joke about this. I haven't either. What if I just committed to picking an anime or something that is really old that everybody likes that I never committed to watching? Actually, you know what the answer to that would be is I just watch Inuyasha for the first time ever. I know so little about Inuyasha, and I watched so many episodes of it because I watched all of them out of order on Toonami. Last thing I remember about Bleach is some talking plushie. What? There's a talking plushie? That's fine. The enemies crit at least one attack on every character except the wizard, the ally NPC who showed up, 2 fortitude saves against a ton of persistent damage. Oh goddamn. Some kind of bear thing? Have I forgotten too much about Bleach? Is this like a really early in the series thing that my brain has just eviscerated from my own memories? What if I started a series of stream just called Achievement Hunter? Where, sorry, the Risk of Rain music got me thinking about this, where I need to 100% Risk of Rain again. Who owns the copyright for Achievement Hunter right now, and can I get in trouble if I just call a series of streams Achievement Hunter? Shall we test the copyright laws? I could be talking about Bleach or One Piece or Danganronpa, and frankly I don't know which of these is correct. Well, there is Monokuma in Danganronpa. But I don't think that's who you're thinking of. Lucky's character failed literally every attack in combat. I crit failed on an initiative, crit failed a reflex save as a rogue. Oh my god. For 74 damage? We hit like barely any of our attacks? Oh god damn. Okay, so did only an NPC survive, or did at least one of the player characters survive? Or you said the wizard. Have you guys been revived? Although that's expensive. The material component for revival in Pathfinder was expensive. We all survived somehow, but everyone went down but the wizard. Jesus Christ. Did the DM suddenly have to rethink their life choices about how to not kill all the players, too? I feel like, okay, this is not a controversial opinion. I feel like in every campaign of TTRPGs, there's always like one moment where the DM has to sit back and think about their life choices. And usually it's about something innocuous, like the players just don't know how to, like, cross a river. Because that happened to me the first time we played Pathfinder. The entire party just rolled shit trying to cross a river. And it was like a series of us were almost drowning until one character rolled well enough, and then it kind of all like unwound and everybody got out of the water. But there's just something that happens sometimes. Where you just look at all the players and go, what have I done? And there is no answer. Whee! I think I'm gonna go by threes. Whoop. I mean, it's not the DM's fault the dice decide to fuck us. No, it's not. But, like, sometimes you then need to, like, rethink some scenarios that you've set up. Because sometimes you don't want to have it be a near-death experience. First time I played D&D, I, as a monk, spent much longer stomping a horde of rats to death than I thought I would. I've seen DM adjust plans for parties when everybody whiffs a fight. Because you don't want to demoralize players, you want them to have a good time, and sometimes that means you just need to, like, change the plans. Okay, time to unmoisten the world. What a horrible thing to say. To be fair about the 74 damage, I was already down but stable, so I didn't actually take it. It did take me to dying 3 though, which was 1 failed save from death. Yup. Well, I'm glad you survived, both of you. May the dice be on your side next time. I'm actually gonna try Lurk now. Thank you for unsouping stream. Enjoy the rest of it. I will. I'm gonna have so much fun putting sponge on the walls and then getting confused about where all of my sponge have gone. Thank you for the blink and the stretch and the water break. Oh, both of my shoulders popped. Also, this 100% wasn't the project that I meant to be working on today, but I guess this is what we're doing today. The project has picked me. Funnily enough, the attack that took Kara down was a bite from a dragon head of a chimera, so she now has 2 dragon bite scars and probably some freckles from the arrows. If she gets a 3rd, I think people are going to start getting suspicious about why she's getting bit by dragons so often. Are they? I'd feel like if you were in a fantasy world, the danger of being bitten by a dragon while on adventures was extraordinarily not low, but not super high, so it's just kind of a, why do you keep getting into battles with dragons? It's not even that, it's just where are you finding all these dragons? Okay, now we get to do this. And by this, I mean I'm going to fight Wu, who has just said dragon these nuts. And I'll allow it because everybody gets 1. And this is the one that I guess Wu gets today. What? I'm fine. We're not fine. I said fine, but I meant to say dying. I do actually wonder though, would getting in multiple fights with dragons be seen as something really courageous? Or maybe a little bit like, why do you keep fighting things that are just going to demolish you? Whee! It's very funny to me. I do hope she gets a third and it becomes a thing. I believe. Well, okay. You live in the water now. Okay, we're doing something. That's fine. That's fine. We're fine. We're going to ignore the fact that my elytra is getting really close to breaking. We're gonna turn around, we're gonna fly back. I mean, I'm not going to try to make that happen. I will simply hope the dice decide. I mean, you don't have to make it happen. You just have to put yourself in the right situations. We're gonna do this side first. We're gonna do it by sides because there's a lot of verticality. And I am scared. Okay, let's go grab all of these really quickly before anything starts to despawn because I'm a little bit scared of that and I don't know why. It'll be fine. Sure, we'll fight more dragons down the line. I mean, I'd be a little bit worried if the game based on Dungeons and Dragons did not include more dragons in its dungeons. It would be a little bit sad. How do I keep missing? This is why my elytra is gonna break, is because I'm really bad at flying. You accidentally miss a tag on a fanfic, you get almost 100k words in before that tag is relevant, but it was a relationship tag that makes a character you love as a lesbian and a relationship you love as platonic into a straight ship. Ew. There's a few minutes in that fight, though, that I was contemplating which backup character to use. I mean, yeah, I've been there. Sometimes you're just in a bad situation, you're like, well, good thing I made my backup character. Actually really quickly go back up this way, grab all the ones from up here before we go and tackle that rest of that side, because that's where it's really annoying. My brain just threw me back to remembering the ethical romantasy book list. I'm still so flabbergasted by it, even though they got rid of it and apologized for it. It's just, you know?
Dragons.
Dragons. Couldn't decide between lizard woman who doesn't know men exist and former necromancer apprentice stuck in the body of a rabbit or kitsune summoner with a dragon eidolon. I'm glad Kara didn't die because I didn't want to choose. No, those are all very good. I don't know what I would choose out of that list either. And they're not even my characters that I have attachments to. Do I need to do all of this? No. Will I probably have to do all of it at some point? Yes. Actually, what is this wall? 2191. Like right here. I should wall that off at the very least. Hold on, we're gonna go get some glass. I don't think I took all the glass home. I should have put any that was left over somewhere. Did I not put it anywhere? Did I eat it? Did I eat the glass? Yes. Keep thinking about the interview with the vampire like fic trade gifting bang thing that somebody was trying to put together that had blood in the title but also didn't allow heavy gore. Okay, hold on. Interview with a vampire. But no heavy gore? My Oshi is just like me for real, confused about whether or not I ate the glass. Please don't eat glass, Woo. I'm so fascinated and confused by people. Never intentional. I don't think that makes me feel better, but we ball. Hold on. What do you mean, Kate Vi, Kinktober, no kink all over again? Did somebody organize a Kinktober event and then said no kink? Did somebody actually do that? You don't know? No. Because I don't read arcane fanfiction. It is my blind spot. Fish are dying. Inktober, but no problematic kinks. I thought we talked about this last Halloween. That was last Halloween. There was a lot of stuff going on. It's been almost a year. I have the brain of a goldfish. I don't think I can... okay, I need more sand. Pretty sure some of the blacklisted kinks also directly conflicted with canon. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me at all. I'm so fascinated by people. They have such interesting rules for the world. But also, like, I have problems with, like, a very big organization already saying, like, here's ethical things in fiction. This is fandom bullshit that I fully, not understand, but, like, anticipate. Like, fandom is a mess. Constantly. Someone organized a Kate Vi Kinktober, but didn't allow problematic kinks like power imbalance, etc. And all kinks had to be, like, discussed in the fic and give consent in the fic. A bunch of the blacklisted kinks conflicted with Canna's sex scene. I think there was a rule about having to have aftercare, but I cannot remember right now. I'm fascinated by people. I'm so utterly fascinated by people. Aftercare being mandatory for people, yes. Aftercare being mandatory in a fictional setting. No. It's not the same. You don't hold it to the same kink rules as you do in real life. Aftercare D's nuts. I think I think no, I'm keeping all of the jokes inside. I am an adult. I'm sure Hope It Does is way better than anything I could have said. Thank you, Blossom. I'm fine. I'm an adult. I'm so fascinated by people. I want legitimate... I need to go see if anybody's talking about this on YouTube, but, like, ethics and morality around characters in fiction in, like, an actual, like... Not in a, if you write bad thing, you are a bad person. How dare you abuse my Blorbo kind of way, but in an actual, like, legitimate conversation about, like, philosophy of ethics and morality in fiction. And how we write and do things. I'm so fascinated by people. The one people were really laughing at was the banning of power imbalance. But, like, isn't that the whole thing? Literally their whole relationship from start to finish is power imbalances. One is an escaped convict and poor indigent orphan, and others a political leader's kid that is caught because she wants to, not due to any need. Yeah, it's like their whole thing. I feel like I need to have a conversation with the whole of the internet that power imbalance does not equal grooming. Necessarily. And that in fiction, a power imbalance is not a horrible thing. It does not have to be treated like it is a crime in and of itself. Again, I want to go find videos of people on the internet. Maybe I need to stop looking at mythic sci-fi stuff and just start doing weird research into all of this instead. I'm so fascinated. I want to understand the mindsets that also, like, are the people that get to a point of even thinking about fictionalized relationships in this way. I want to understand. Because I can see some of their argument about, like, why they might feel a certain way about some of it, but at the same time, I don't understand the line drawing of, like, even in fiction, you can't have this. Again, saying I personally don't understand. There could be a very, like, reasonable and rational and understandable reason for someone else to not like that. Like, having bad personal experiences with power imbalances in a relationship or something like that and just not wanting to read about it. But, like, that does not really get to nobody gets to write it. And at that point, if you had issues with it, then just don't write it. Don't read it. That's literally what the tags are for on fanfiction. And why a lot of writers that write in romantasy right now actually include tags at the end of their work in the same way that, like, a fanfiction tag exists. And I think that that's a pretty reasonable thing to do. You're allowed to not like things. There are tags that I see, and, like, there are romantasy authors that will include a tag, or not a tag, but, like, just in their, like, list of things. They'll be like, this includes this, and I'm like, cool, this book isn't for me. End of sentence, done. I'm not gonna sit there and demand that the author change it. I'm just not gonna read it. If there was a way to do tags in a way that did not make me worried about what publishers and people would do to them, I really do wish that there was a way to integrate tags into more parts of publishing. And they kind of do exist, but in the same way that, like, tags exist. Maybe it'd have to be, like, community driven rather than done by necessarily the author or the publisher, but, like, it's, I don't know. A man. Hello. Oh, this is gonna be a nightmare to get stuff out of, so I'm gonna just do this preemptively. We'll just do a couple lines of this so that I have something easier to land on or get up to. I don't know how to count. 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, maybe what I don't understand is that the world's constant need to enforce what they want people to do, rather than to just live their own lives. There's a lot of people out there that I'm like, if you just, like, if you just let some of this stuff go and focused on not policing everybody else, you'd be way happier. But there's no easy way to tell you that without making you upset, so... I need to put torches here. Ooh. I need to write more, which means I need to go find another charger for my computer. I believe in you. I'm assuming it's one of the non-standard charger types. Which makes it a little bit more annoying to buy a new one of. So I'm actually not mad about my laptop having a USB-C cable for the charger. I actually kind of like it because it makes it a little bit easier to keep track of it. I forgot that Rule 8 basically banned having any men jinx in any character other than the characters met while as a child and basically the entire fucking cast. What? It's not that hard to find, I just don't know how if it's the connector is the right size. Yeah, I would trace the port and, like, go into a physical store. If possible. It's not always possible to. But I've done that a couple of times when I've been looking for cables for devices. I will, because Best Buy is pretty close, and I just trace it, and then I take it with me, and then go compare it to the ports. Or take the wire with me. And then go, help, Best Buy employee, please, I need this one. And usually someone takes pity on me. Like the guy that witnessed me looking for a new router, who was just watching me go slowly insane. He was like, do you need help? And I was like, yes. Help. 8. Content must be centered around Kate Vi. You are welcome to include other characters in your work, for example, in the instance of cuckolding, group sex, etc. However, the following criteria must be met. A. Their focus should be on Kate and Vi's relationship/experience. Tell the ones where, like, everyone must be adult and consent. Well, duh. D. None of the characters can be men. Bisexuals and pans don't exist. E. None of the characters can be related to each other. Okay. G. None of the characters can be anyone whom Caitlyn or Vi canonically met when one party was an adult while the other was a child. This includes Uznan, Lentu, Svika, adult Isha, etc. There's an entire subset of Death Note fanfics that are written about a character that has, like, less than 50 panels in the manga. How are you going to enforce? Why are you going to enforce this? What's the point? What's the point of this? Also, why no men? I don't understand. They are still more complex than just no men. Gold Star lesbian vibes, which I think is I was gonna call it cringe. It's just, you know what, fuck it, no, it's cringe. But like, in the most negative way. Obviously they aren't allowed to interact with non-women. It's just cringe. Perish. Not you, but him. Ow. Die. Thank you. I'm including all the men in just the first 2 paragraphs just to establish that they're all trans women now. The mandatory negotiation chapter. I get wanting to promote, like, safe practices. Fanfic is not the place for it. Fanfic is where you get to be weird and bizarre. And if somebody's flavor of weird and bizarre is not to your liking, then you don't need to read it. You move on. You carry on with the rest of your life. My elytra's about to break. Do you think it'll break in midair? Hold on, I want to fall in the ocean. I'm wasting so many rockets doing this and I regret nothing. My elytra broke. Oh no. Flash. Okay, now new wings. And by new wings, I mean Mr. Worldwide. Why? Because it makes me laugh. I'm so fascinated by people, though. Also, in case it's not obvious, I never want to send hate towards these people. I honestly, if I ever met somebody who was like this in real life, I would want to sit down and have an hour-long conversation with them about why they're doing this and just understand them. Squiggle. Look, sorry, I was reading about how the mods tried to rebrand and change some of their rules, and this was one of the changes. They can't be portrayed as animals rule. They can't be portrayed as animal rule removed. Well, they can't be men rule remains. I have so many questions. Yeah, you can make Warrior Cats fiction about them, but no, you cannot rebrand the Yuri as Yaoi. That's illegal. I want to talk to these people. I think these people are fascinating, not just pure wow, this is a raw potato to me. I like phrasing this as a raw potato of like something so out there that you're like, I hope that this is real just to think that there's something so bizarre in the world, and I just want to understand why. I'm gonna use this phrase at work at some point. I'm gonna describe something as a raw potato to myself, and then my coworkers are going to learn. I'm going to teach them. There are no other options. They only get to learn now. Hey, what the fuck do you mean that it's almost been 4 hours? Oh, time is not real. Except for when time is real, but time is not real. You've been at this for hours? And that's all I've gotten done? What if I got better at video games? Do you think it's possible? Do you think there's hope for me yet, chat? One, two, three. I thought I was gonna turn around and build trees at some point, but no, it's just ocean draining time. What if you let all the rats onto World 6 for free labor? No. No. I wish that I could easily purge some parts of World 6, like little things that I've done here and there that I have not publicly talked about or publicly shown, so that I could let the rats on. But there's too many little parts of me in here that I would, it's, how would I describe this? It's like if you... I feel like letting anybody else onto World 6 would be like showing somebody my journal. Like my private journal where I just brain dump. This isn't like my pocket notebook. This is the one where like honest to God and like have a conversation to myself. And I just sit there and I talk to myself. It would be like showing somebody that one. Could I do it? Probably. Would I be very uncomfortable the entire time? Yes. And I don't know why this Minecraft world is like that. I think it's just because it's so old and I've had it for so long and I've done so much with it. Never mind, I just realized how much water was actually here and I feel slightly better about what I've done. I think even if, okay, let's say theoretically that I died in World 6 today. I think even World 7, when I eventually started it, after about 6 months, would be in the same sort of like, not too precious to share, but like too personal to share. Especially since I know how I am about the start of a new long-term world where I just sit on it for hours and hours and hours and do all sorts of stuff. There's just lots of like places and things in this world that are just... I think some of them I've been to, but like there's like some like real world things that have happened and some real world memories that are associated with it that just feel too exposed if I was to like share it. But also it'd be nice if I could get the rats to come and dig holes. There are 2 wolves inside of me. One wants to dig holes and one wants help digging holes. We'll put on blindfolds and come dig holes so we don't see anything too personal. I just put you in a box around the area where we're digging. I'm to suffocate the fish. Actually, I want to sleep first because I don't want creepers spawning up above me. Pew. I still want to punch the noise of the new sponges. It's been around for a while, but I just want to fist fight it. Get some sleep so I can actually be functional tomorrow. Ooh, functioning. Have a good time, Zone Zero. Take care of yourself. Ah.
Dragons.
Dragons. Nope. I can't make the dragon D's nuts joke. We already made it. I do need to start looking at... because I've already looked at some species of creatures that I want to try to use as the basis for aliens in the sci-fi setting that I'm working on. I need to go look at dragon depictions over the years and see if I can find one that I think fits. Or if I take the Ahamkara route of it's just a giant beast and they call them wish dragons. It's late and I have work in a couple hours. Oh god, Minty, please get good sleep for as long as you can. Take care of yourself. Go look at armored rats. No, I want dragons. Anything can be a dragon? Well, yeah, because the dragons in Destiny... Welcome back to my Destiny conversation. I don't remember how to spell Ahamkara. Destiny 2. Destiny Wiki. Destiny Wiki, you know how to help me. Aham. Yeah. Where's a good picture of the Ahamkara? Okay, well that's a picture. I have a picture of the Ahamkara from this? Yes. So there's one fight where you actually do fight an Ahamkara. It's technically an illusion. It's not real. Save image as. And then where's the one with its face open? This one. Save image as. So this is... Boop. Oh, not that one. This one. Right here. Wait. So this is technically the illusion of a dragon that exists, and for, like, size comparison, I think a person fits comfortably within its mouth. like very comfortably with headroom. Like it's massive. So the way that this battle ends up happening is that the Ahamkara illusion is peeking out through a doorway and you shoot into its mouth, and then it does this thing where it opens up its face. It's not really opening up its face. That's armor plating that you're looking at on the front of it, and then it looks like that underneath. It's really interesting. Actually, Riven should have an entry in... Is there good Riven concept art that exists? Those are all actual pictures from within the game. Oh, here's a really good one. Well, no, that one's really ghostly. You can barely see her in this. Here, you can have this one that's ripped from the game. She big. She huge. She die. But that's okay, she come back. I love the Ahamkara. They're supposedly shapeshifters too, which I thought was the most interesting part about them. So the Ahamkara, like, they're just such an interesting race. Sorry, okay, we're going on the sci-fi fantasy dragon rant because you can't stop me. So Ahamkara are more well known as wish dragons. The way that it works is that they feed off of the wishes of people. So like, if somebody has a potent want for something, that's a food source for them, in a way. First of all, fascinating already. But it's like, because they're so tuned into like creatures and people and what they want, they also shapeshift to be what people expect them to be. So there's like all these images of Ahamkara, and you just have to sit there and go, but is that what you want? Yeah, actually the wiki has a better description and actually says it better. Ahamkara derives sustenance from the act of fulfilling the desires of other beings using wish magic, paracausally altering reality in accordance with the requests of other sentient beings and feeding upon the quantum chaos that results. This mode of feeding is related to the concept known as anthem anatheme, which that's in the game, defined as the desire to change reality to suit one's purpose. Ahamkara regard the process of wish granting as bargaining and refer to the recipients of their boons as partners. In this way, Ahamkara may be seen as parasitic, living off the wishes of their partners. There's actually recorded instances within Destiny of Ahamkara, because, okay, not to make all of the dragon lovers of chat upset, the Ahamkara's power and their ability to bend reality was seen as a threat in the story of Destiny. So the Ahamkara were hunted in what is known as, I think, the Great Hunt. And in the Great Hunt, there's a lot of stories that actually exist of Ahamkara facing off against guardians who literally thought to themselves, I wish this fight could last forever. And then those guardians wind up locked in that fight until something else breaks them out of it, because the Ahamkara is quite literally granting their wish to have a fight for forever. Like, it happened more than once. From, like, all the records that all of the lore people have, it happened more than once in the story of the game. Which I think is so delightful. Okay, we'll see if we can get another layer done, and then we will start getting ready to gather up what we can in order to take it back and fix it. Also, ads are happening right now, and I didn't realize it. I'm a failure of a streamer. So I've been trying to come up with some concept of some, like, similar world creatures. I already have some weird aliens that I'm really excited for that I don't know how to explain how they exist, because how they came to be feels paradoxical, but maybe I have to lean into that a little bit. I have a race of creatures that are all basically like sentient energy that make armor, like literally, like think armor, to put themselves in so that they can better converse with the other sentient races of the system. And I like them very much, and I want to learn how they work, which means that I have to start making up how they work, which means I have to figure out whether or not I'm going to obey the laws of physics in reality. And the answer to that is probably no. Anna, you could work on it. Nothing's stopping you. Well, unless you have other responsibilities you need to be working on, in which case, yes, there is something stopping you. I guess. Okay, so now we have to do the very fun work of... We're just going to have to start picking these off of the side. We're going on this side. I know I did a couple over there, but that'll be fine. Maybe another time when I'm not being nerfed by ceaseless yawning. Although I will say that one of my favorite things to do that usually winds up with good braining is to not seriously write, but do a whole bunch of, like, just rambling thoughts about my writing to myself when I'm tired or right when I wake up. It has to be one or the other. Basically, when your mind is still, like, working in sleep mode. And you're not thinking too hard. Because then you can sit there and you can write out notes about things and your brain just kind of goes, yeah, sure, whatever. And then you have to unravel everything that you're thinking about for the future. And you have to face the fact that you came up with so many ideas while you were so half asleep and not all of them work. But the ones that do work at the end are usually all bangers. And that's the exciting part. Ow. Okay, let's see if I've collected all the ones from this side. Meow. I think I just really do like world building. If only I had found out how to make a career in, like, a TTRPG field before now. I'm not saying I can't do it now, I just wish I had figured it out before. I could have done some really cool world building for, like, a Pathfinder or D&D or Starfinder. And I could still do it today, never say never, but it would have been way cooler if I could have started doing that earlier. Whee! We're going to do the other side now. And then we will move on to getting everything done and looking nice for more drainage. Maybe I think about world building in the way that some people look at other things that, like, the act of creativity in terms of, like, how it is that you see the world around you and how you represent that world and the worlds that you make. You can see a little bit of that in every, like, everything that everybody does, but I feel like a lot of people impart more of that knowledge through characters rather than just straight up world building. Obviously there's going to be some of it in all world building, like your fantasy racism as a way to talk about actual real life racism, etc., but like sometimes physically how universes are put together, how the rules of that universe work, tell you a lot about the person that's creating the universe and the way that they see the world around them, or the ways that they want to talk about the world around them. Very fun and fascinating thing to do is just think about the way that you build worlds and how you view some parts of the world, and then take that same hard look at the rest of the world and all the creations that you see out there and be like, okay, so what does this mean about this? What does this mean about that? I think that's why I actually really liked the advent of being able to be more in tune with all of the writers online. I truly do find it fascinating to look at somebody like, I'm trying to think who. Like, all the writers that I follow on Blue Sky, being able to have, like, that peer into their, like, actual real life and what they do and what they talk about and what they think about is very helpful in, like, not deciphering, but, like, analyzing the way that the world works. Because if I understand the way that a person's brain works around the world around them, it's a little bit easier to go like, oh, so this part of the world's this for them. This part of the world is blank for them. This part of the world is this for them. And then you can just kind of work backwards from that. What's that? That's fine. on the other hand, do I want to constantly have to, like, be looking at the list of authors who have done horrible things constantly when I go to the bookstore? No, sometimes you just want to read a book. But it's important to think about the artist and their place within the piece that you are reading or consuming. Hi, you're still alive? Yes. How's the draining going? This well. Hold on, I'll go back and show you in a second. We ran out of sponge for the thing that I was doing, so we had to go dry some. And by some, I mean all of the sponge I had in my pocket. Oh yeah, the new Avatar movie is actually available to watch legally now. Wait, wasn't there a trailer for the new Avatar series too? Did I make that up? Is that real? Ow. No, there's a trailer. I'm not crazy. Not for this reason, at least today. So this is how much I've drained. And we're still working on this section because it's very deep down here. So I ran out of sponges. But we've gotten quite a bit done. I know that's not a lot for 5 hours, but also like... That's a lot for 5... It's like both not a lot and a lot for 5 hours. Or 4.5 hours. However long I've been here. Who are you? What am I doing? Where's my... Oh, that's Silk Touch. No, I want to go get it from over here. I wonder if the new Avatar series will be good. I can't get a biology degree just to write fauna better. I need a better solution than that. Honorary biology degree from YouTube University. No, but seriously, my recommendation would be just doing the research without worrying too hard about being 100% factually correct all the time. For something like a world-building project, you're building a world. I think it's fine if you're a little bit wrong some of the time. I'd be more concerned about someone that was 100% right all of the time with everything that they were making. And also, that's like half the fun of like sci-fi and fantasy is being able to make up some stuff. A basis in reality, but not distracted by reality. Or demolished by it. sponge is so difficult? This is like the one time I wish I had sulfur cubes, because then I could just launch sulfur cubes through this and then it would drain the water for me and I wouldn't have to think about it this hard. Oh, I missed one. I fixed it. I'm looking at first-gen dragons on the market. Don't do that. You're gonna get sucked into just looking at first-gen dragons for the rest of forever, and then you're gonna have so many dragons, and then you won't have any space for new dragons. I'm speaking from experience. I'm scrying some of them. It's terminal. I'm so sorry, it's terminal. Main point of fauna is making the creatures as accurate to real-life biology as I can get. Do you have dragons in fauna? I've had dragons since almost day one. Okay. I mean, let the rules bend, but not break, I guess. Some things aren't going to be as accurate to real life because they can't exist in real life. Some of them will, some of them can't. I think I exist with the same rule that I give for myself for other things, which is the rule of cool. If it's fun and brings whimsy and joy to the project, why not? Finish smelling scrying, I deserve a treat. Ignore the 5+ dragons I also need to scry? No. I'm not going to ignore them. They're now exclusively what I am looking at. I need more rockets. I need to get back to working on my dragon project, but I am very tired. And my brain is consumed by aliens. I also need to watch Alien Stage. There's some interesting lore stuff with that series that I want to look at, and also some weird human characters that I want to look at too. Lots of weird, interesting things happening all of the time. You think I'm gonna have enough space in my pockets for all of these leaves? We're about to find out. Am I allowed to share a singular dragon with chat? I'm scared. I mean, it's not going to show up for most of chat. You can post the link, but it probably won't show up for a lot of people that have links turned off. Yeah, this ... dots. What? I'll send in Discord, no worries. Yes, please. I was gonna say share it there anyways, just so I can look at it after stream, because as soon as I hit end stream, I close all of the tabs that had Twitch in them, and then I will never see it again. And I want to see a dragon. Hi, zombie. Woo! I was suddenly struck with the panic that the story that I'm working on isn't going to be worth the world that I'm building, but then I remember that it is. It'll be fine. I need to stop stressing myself over something that's very ridiculous to stress about. Tomorrow was I find out for certain whether or not my skin was picked. Okay, first of all, congratulations. Second of all, I got very concerned about, like, the days, tomorrow's the day where I find out whether or not my skin, and then my brain just stopped processing the rest of the words, and I was like, what do you find out about your skin? Not remembering that dragons have skins. Whee! Okay, we're gonna put the leaves and things in here for the moment. And we're gonna take this and we're gonna start tearing down this wall. That's also what I thought, Ether. I somehow had the same brain as you, even though I knew that Blossom did the Flight Rising skin. If I didn't win, oh well, probably spruce it up next time around. I believe in you. I have my fingers crossed. I honestly do appreciate your style of skin, though, of, like, something slightly more subtle. I love some of the really complex ones that utilize all of the space on a dragon in order to draw something else. But at the same time, sometimes when I want a skin for my dragon, I just want something that adds just a little bit to it without drowning out everything else that's going on. Which doesn't always exist. Like, there's a couple of Veilspun ones that, while pretty, are kind of a nightmare to look at. Because there's too much going on. Not that you could dress up Veilspuns anyways, but... So much sand in my pockets. Oh, I didn't do these down here. I'm lazy. So we're just gonna do this. I've become addicted to buying Eclipse dragons. They're so pretty. Listen, there's some dragons that if it was not prohibitively expensive to buy the Eclipse gene for them, they would have the Eclipse gene on them. I need to get more dragons. No, I don't. I need to finish things. I need to work on my world building projects, and I need to take a break from writing dragon profiles because I burned out on that, and I need to not burn myself out on my other projects. I got a bunch of good ones, all for around 8 to 14k treasure. What if I abandon all my other hobbies just to play Dragon Game forever? Do it? Okay, this is my retirement from streaming. It was nice knowing all of you. I will see you on the flip side. Did you forget that streaming was a hobby? I'll put them in the Discord. Oh no. This is an attack specifically against me. I thought we were just going to play Dragon Game on stream, to be honest. I don't really think there's that much to show on stream. You would just watch me play Mahjong and the Crepe Game for 3 hours a day. I think the funniest part of this is that if I started doing that, you also would not see any of the news in the game. I would just be playing mini games. No discussions about anything going on, just the mini games. And just me going, ooh, look at this dragon. What's a hobby? I say, looking at my crocheted blanket in progress. You'll get there. Crochet is a long-term project. You got this. I've run out of torches. Baby sea dragon could be real in 5 million business days. Do it. Oh, come on, come on, come on. Fuck. Okay, I bought it. Hell yeah. If you don't, I will. I'll even help with the Tide/Foam. Leak Titan gems. Oh, do you guys want to know about my my own personal bad influence in video games and spending in-game / technically also my real currency? There's, in Warframe, there's multiple Warframes that you get to control, pilot, whatever. Be. Basically think of them as different characters with different skill sets and stuff. I discovered that there was a character, literally, called Valkyr. I'm not joking. Hold on, let me see if I can get a picture of them. I don't want the heirloom one. That one's too horny and I don't want to show that on stream. I just want to look at the normal one. Yeah, sure, this one shows off pretty much why I like them. Save image. I love my images from today. They're very good. So besides the fact that their name is thematically appropriate for me, they're a melee-based character. So you see the claws on their fingers and stuff. Very much an attack-based character. Love them. 10 out of 10. I also bought a skin for them, but there was a sale today for me because every time you log in, you can get things. And every now and then, the thing that you can get... No, bring it back. No, I'm taking it away so I can play the video game. Every now and then, the thing that you can get is a, like, ridiculous amount off on the in-game currency. And I theoretically would have had no issues farming to go get Valkyr at some point. But when I had the chance to buy a ridiculous amount of currency for almost no real in-world currency, I said, fuck it, I'll just get her that way. And so I got her, and now I'm very happy. Because she's also very melee-based, and I love melee in Warframe, so it's like the character was made for me. And I just need to level her up more appropriately, and then also just work on figuring out how mods work in Warframe, which are not modifying the game, they are mods for your characters and weapons. I don't know how to explain it. They're a thing inside of the game, not to the game. Not modding the game, just, you know. And I want to build her because I want her to be my main one, and I am normal. I'm normal. I think. Maybe. My dragons are in Discord to ruin your life later. Well, I guess if I have to look at them. Anyways, I don't think I could show her heirloom skin on screen because it's just horny. It's technically fine. Everything's covered, / it's also an alien. I don't know how to explain what Warframes are exactly. It just looks horny. Share with me later. I mean, what? Who said that? No one said that. She's just shiny. I'm normal. Must have been the wind. Yup, the wind. I don't know if I'm gonna play Warframe for forever, but I feel like Warframe is going to help once Destiny is truly well and died. I'm still playing Destiny right now as well. I play a lot more Destiny than I play Warframe, but I'm playing both right now. And every single time, I get a little bit sadder about how I know that Destiny's gonna end eventually. And there's literally nothing I can do about it. I hate big companies. I hate Sony. Fuck, I hate Bungie's management as well. Because, like, we can't ignore the fact that, like, Bungie's own management fucked over the game, too. I'm drowning. Part of me wants a fuck Sony emote, but also fuck giving them a slot. I forget what Asdacross did, but he has several emotes that are just "we want Destiny 3" emotes. That kind of fill that gap. All I know is that I still have like a mountain of content to get through from My Name is Bife before I am truly well and done with Destiny, and I probably will never actually be true and well done with Destiny. I will probably just keep watching content about it and hope that Destiny eventually one day becomes something that I can come back and revisit. Every time I hear about parts of the story that I never got to play because I joined late enough into the game, I get really sad. Because there were so many cool characters that did so many cool things before I was even playing it, and it wasn't like I was unaware of Destiny. I've been aware of Destiny for a very long time. It just wasn't something I thought was my cup of tea until, thankfully, Soviet showed up and shoved me into the game and said, "You're playing this now." My goal for 2026 is to get Cookie Clicker out of my #1 time spent on Steam. I need to get Destiny up above it. It's a real weird goal to have for the year, but I think it's possible. I'm less than 100 hours away from booting it from the top for Cookie Clicker. I just need to find more cool indie games made by cool indie game devs that are going to fit the things that make me like Destiny. I know that there's devs out there that want to make things that are like Destiny. I just haven't met them yet. I need to find it. And like I said earlier, the webcomic that I found, the On the Way to Mom webcomic, unironically found something that fit into some of the mythic sci-fi that I was looking into. There's a character called the Arbiter that you meet later in there. And I need to go back through and reread some of the artist and author's notes on how they decided how the Arbiter was designed, because I think it might end up being a good way for me to go back through and look at some of my own weird alien stuff, to look at, like, how I want to design some parts of the world that I'm working on. Waiting so patiently for Beta K. It's not Destiny or a large MMO, but god, it would be so cool as one. Fingers crossed that they get to make something very cool out of it. And fingers crossed Sony figures out that going discless was like the worst fucking thing they could have done. I hate that it's now a marketing tactic for people that put out games on PlayStation to be like, our game's coming out before when they're getting rid of discs. I hate that that's a marketing thing now. It feels so shitty to be like, yeah, our game is actually gonna have a disc because we're publishing it before this year. What happens if there's delays on that game? Do they just not get a disc release? One more stack. Worst part about having a skin picking habit is that I keep staring at my tattoo, but I refuse to touch it, which is good on my part. It's almost like painting your nails for people that, like, chew on their nails. Not exactly, but close. Slightly more permanent. Just slightly. My braces saved me from the nail thing. Yeah, I've heard that that has helped some people. You're bringing back cartridges, but with movies and games on them, please. I want to see if that one Steam idea somebody made really takes off. Where you have like a drive that you put on your desk and plug into your computer, and then it is the game. The one with the SSDs? Yeah. I think. I don't remember what they used. I'm drowning. Whoosh. You keep seeing people make similar things, but it's just an NFC tag that triggers Steam to open it on the computer, and I hate. Yeah, no, that's not what I want. I want, like, honest to God, like, that is where you store your game. I think that's way cooler. I like the SSD idea, but with current prices. I thought that the drives that they were using were not that expensive. Because I remember them saying that it was like $10 per drive on like eBay. So I don't know if it was SSDs, but whatever it was, regardless, storage is expensive and will probably remain expensive for a bit longer. But I think it's entirely possible that we could get this idea. I feel insane when I do this, but it's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. I still hate the noises. I mean, they exist, but they're the shitty ones that literally slower the mechanical hard drives, at least for my short skim through. I don't know what they use, but I 100% remember their description being something that wasn't that expensive. Would I expect that it stays inexpensive? Absolutely not. Even if what they were doing at the time was inexpensive. I'm really bad with sponges. these things awful? Hey, ow. Also, the whole problem with SSD started a bit... Again, either I don't know if it was SSDs or not. I don't even remember them using a very specific word in the piece of content that I saw. It was just drives. But those are all problems that we can troubleshoot and fix in the future. How do you know it is the guy? I didn't even say what video it was or what I saw. And I'm very certain that this isn't just the only time that somebody has worked on this. John, the guy. Nope, my brain is doing Avatar The Last Airbender quotes, but very specifically from Korra. Junli, do the thing. I do like saying John person for companies, though. And video game characters that don't have names. John Halo being for Master Chief is still so funny, though, since it's technically correct. I forgot I put earrings in. Now you have earrings in. I assume it was a recent thing? I have no idea. I've stopped looking at dates on content because nothing has served me in a in a chronological sense of order, so all of it's fake. They're in the- I literally don't have space! I guess I'll just die. I guess I'll just die. I want all the dragons. Now you know, anyways, I'm going to commit several crimes in the video games to get space for more dragons so I can take all of the first-gen dragons because I love them dearly. I love them so much. But also, I probably don't need any more dragons right now. I need to finish working on the lore stuff for my current stuff. And I'm nowhere near done. I need to be rational. I need to be calm and I need to be rational. I need to be calm and I need to be rational. Ow. That's close enough, I think. Whee! Okay. Let's go dry off the sponges, and then I'm just gonna leave this wall for me to do later. We're making progress. Pretty decent progress. Not terrible, but not fantastic either. But I will have to go see if I can track down the post that I was looking at that was served to me out of chronological order that I don't know if I liked, but I thought I did, but that doesn't mean much in this day and age. And see if it was the same guy you found, Ether. You know, I should be afraid, but I kind of want to know how many times I've placed down dry sponge. Can I find that? Items. Times used. Oh. Under 5,000. Interesting. Nice, sorta. It just makes me think that I need to do more things with sponges. What if I drain an ocean monument? What if I give in to the urge to drain an ocean monument? What if I do it? What if I finally give in and do it? I've had a hardcore world for 5 years. What if I just do it? What if I just commit to the next 2 years just be draining an ocean monument and doing something with it? Except I don't know what I would do with an ocean monument, so why would I do that? Okay, I'm gonna commit to confusing myself for the next time I open this. Okay, maybe I did do more than I thought. That's a fair amount done for finishing up the glass wall and all that. Not what I meant to do for an entire stream, but you know what? That's fine.
Less than 3 AM thinking dragons.
You are thinking dragons? You are thinking dragons? Okay, that's the end of stream. Gasp. Moist uncritical. Well, I hate that, I think, maybe. Nah, I'm good. But regardless, thank you guys for hanging out with me today. I hope you guys have a fantastic start to your week. I will have more information about the days that I'm taking off at the end of this month into August. Tomorrow, that I will post in the Discord. I will also update the stream schedule on Twitch. Why did that take so long? I'm streaming here. Why do I not know words? How have I forgotten words? It's fine. I'm fine. Everything's fine. I'll update the schedule stuff this week on Monday, tomorrow. And then you guys will know when I'm streaming after that. But on Tuesday, at the very least, we will do some Tales of Vesperia, and I look forward to it. And I hope that you guys have a fantastic time zone. Drink water, eat food, take your meds, get some sleep, take a shower, do everything you gotta do to take care of yourself. And I'll see you guys on Tuesday. Goodbye!
Unmoist Mareza.